30% of the mountains terrain is covered by mountains terrain, and the rest is covered by plains and hills. The hilly terrains form part of Himalaya. They are more concerned with Himalaya because they are located in Himalaya. The Himalayan terrain, is a just several inherent instabilities. These instabilities, I can just say that mainly include steep slope, high relativity, high seismicity, robust, high concentrated rainfall leading to flash floods. In addition to peak rocks. In fact, in Himalaya, in many parts, you find the peak rocks. And these peak rocks are traversed by many sets of joints, many sets of geological distances, including falls, stress, and all that. You can very commonly say at any place, 6 to 8 sets of joints, minimum 6 to 8 sets of joints. In an area, rock is already big, and you find 6 to 8 sets of joints. What will happen? The rock gets pulverized. It really becomes very, very deep. More the number of joints, it becomes more and more deep. So the big rock already becomes already big rock becomes more and more big. So once you plan for any sort of development schemes, it should be properly and thoroughly studied and planned. That's what we lack. Why I tell you, you know that all the government projects and all that. What we do, we submit the project proposal, wait for the funds. It's coming, and it will ultimately get by January and maybe February. So you are left with only 1.5 months. Within just 2 months, I have to carry out the work and finish the the fund allocated budget of the work for what you do. You start the excavation, try to cut the roads for the road purpose and all that. So obviously, where we lack is that planning for that. It's very common seen in almost all the, not only here, everywhere, most places we can find it very common. So this is one problem that there is. Anyway, in hill development, we deal with the various measures by which the environmental problem can be minimized during the implementation of development schemes. Development is a continuous and unavoidable process. In the civilized world, the trend of development cannot be ignored. See, the development process in hill area is actually, you cannot stop it, it has to go on. As I was telling in the last few decades, the construction is increased very poor. No, in fact, if we don't take into consideration, the problems which are already existing, you need more and more problems. Whenever you set development in hill space, what is escalation? You remove something, the slope becomes steeper. You remove 1 meter, okay, you can manage. Remove 5 meter, becomes difficult. 10 meter, 20 meter, the more the area trying to excavate, the more the area becomes unstable. So you have to plan it, whether you go for 5 meter, 10 meter. What's going to happen to the slope? If you can plan it out, you can take it. Then in this context, what I would say is that the BA, the Bureau of Indian Standards, has come out with a series of codes how we can plan it out, how we can go ahead with the excavation, during the excavation and after the excavation, how we have to, the stabilization measures. What are the stabilization measures that we now? So it's very systematically discussed. Now, if you think of the country as a whole, we have 3 distinct civilizations. Physically, geologically, and hydrologically, there are 3 different divisions. In the south, you have the peninsula India. The north, we have Himalaya. In between we have the Interconnecting Range. Now all the three divisions are distinct by itself. Just think of the peninsula here, the rocks are still very hard, massive, and they are more stable. The implementation is more easier in this type of rock as compared to Himalayan. I already told the Himalayan terrain is traversed by a number of joints, many problems associated with it. That's the reason why they are very high also. The stability is come out with that. Serious study in detail before going for exam. So this is the most important. Now the variance has a lot of provision in even if any sort of problem started the construction. Even before planning, before construction, you have to plan it out. Construction, even if it doesn't follow what I anticipated. But those things are also can be taken care. Since suppose I think probably I request all the engineers please go through the schools. The schools are many of the problems, not all the problems. Sure, we are not all the problems. Many of the problems are. And some of the features left out. We are still trying to find out what are the factors. These factors and how we are going to fill it up. That's what we are trying to do. Most important factor that we are getting. In addition, other factors covered. I think we are planning
full screen पे नहीं हो
these viewers.
मैंने आपके सामने भी देख लिया साइड तक जैसे बस मोटे स्टेज में वो लेफ्ट से राइट पे इधर हाँ नहीं मोबाइल से नहीं कर रहा सिस्टम पे ही लॉगिन हाँ फुल स्क्रीन में जा ही नहीं रहा मैं तभी फुल ट्राई कर रहा हूँ इतना इतना हाई जा सकता है अभी थोड़ा सा हल्का देखिए इतना फुल स्क्रीन आ रहा है इससे फुल स्क्रीन में नहीं आ रहा अभी थोड़ी देर में आपको दिख जाएगा इससे ज्यादा फुल स्क्रीन जा नहीं रही है ब्रेक नहीं हुआ आई थिंक यही है फुल स्क्रीन या जो
वाइडेस्ट
ये आपने जो मीटिंग वाला वो कर रखा है ये मैक्स स्क्रीन साइज है और ये सब
Bureau of Indian Standards. Before we actually go to the technical sections, I would like to give a brief idea about the standardization work at Bureau of Indian Standards. BIS is the national standard body of India, which comes under Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution.
What's the problem?
You can see the brief history of Bureau of Indian Standards. That established before independence, they are called as Indian Standards Institute. And you can see a landmark stage in 2017. Indian Standards Act 2016 has been commissioned, right? Which gives national standard bodies. BIS is having one headquarters in New Delhi, where standardization activities are being done. We have 5 regional offices, we have 36 branch offices, we have 8 laboratories, and we also have Noida. The 4 activities at the Bureau of Indian Standards are the standard formulation. Standards are formulated based on consumers wants to have ISI mark license for their products, either voluntarily or mandatory by quality control order issued by various ministries. We have conformity assessment schemes which are taken care by branch offices. We have the product certification, we have the management system certification. We also have hallmarking, which is known to compulsory registration given quality control order issued by concerned ministries. Say for example, if you have steel district that steel has to be will be issued by concerned. These are the statements it has to be. Manufacturer has to mandatorily take such license. We also have laboratory services, and we also do standard promotion activities, and we also do training modules in NITS, field of standardization, quality assurance, management systems, certification, and advocacy. If anyone is interested in such training modules, periodically you can check the BIS website. And if you find interest in such modules, you can definitely register and training sessions. The fundamental reason why we need standards, except they are shown as input, like more information. Basic understanding is we have to reduce the variety. If we don't reduce the variety, every manufacturer or a company can do their own. We can create a lot of confusion among the consumers. And say for example, if we don't have standard sizes for car tires, so we won't be able to have any kind of interchangeability or interoperability. And of course, if I want to say in simple words, the purpose of standard for quality ensures safety and optimize human effort, and the rational use of resources, adoption of best possible solutions, quality control, interchangeability and interoperability, and optimization cost. It is also that we need not to reinvent the same wheel again and again. If we have a well-established manufacturing method or system procedure, anyone can refer to the standard and follow the same instead of putting lot of efforts for the reinvent to the same things we already have. If I want to include a plan for standardization structure at BIS, we have government, we have a standardization committee, we have a scientific division, sectional committees and subcommittees. I want to run this councils. BIS is different divisional council, like civil engineering, electrical, petrochemical, and metallurgical, Aish, service sector, various different sectors, division councils we have identified. And each will focus on making standards relevant. Example, today we are here discussing about the area development, which comes up and under that we also department, we have a different sector. So construction practices.
स्टेज पे फिर वो स्क्रीन ऐसे आ जा रही है
So to focus on each
नहीं सर ये देखो बड़ा भी नहीं होगा कहीं पे भी ऑप्शन नहीं है
section committee also have groups and panels. So focus on
जो में भी
पेज पे आपने भेज ही रखा है उसको
कहीं पे भी ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा
these are the various regional councils I have mentioned. Like food and agriculture, textiles, water resources, production and the general. Medical equipment, hospital planning is also started. We have recently started environment and ecological region council. So who can be the members of this sectional committee? In the sectional committee, we have around approximately 30 members in that. We get members from consumers, we get members from government bodies, we get technologists, academicians, professors, and we also get people from industries, private companies also, public sector undertakings, NGOs, any association, engineering association.
नहीं नहीं सर वो तो उनके उधर तो वैसे ही शो
How they can become employees? We have two one is through organization and one is on in-person capacity or individual. In organization level, organization will be the member of a sectional committee.
थ्रू आपका नेट
And they will be nominating their representatives as so each organization will have 50 persons and they can be representing their organization discuss and take the which they are each section who will be leading the 30 members approximately. We have member secretary from BAS who will be assisting all the members. Generally restricted to 30 members.
वहाँ तो लाइट
It is reconstituted once in every 3 years. If any participants are interested to be a part of BAS sectional committee, you can also send nomination first to BAS, which I will be sharing the the most important slide which I would like to standard formulation. Stage NWIP for any standard to formulate first it has to be proposed in sectional committee. We get it from ministries, we get it from internal discussion, sectional committee or a request from the private organization. We will get a request to BAS that this there should be there is a need to make a standard on particular topic. Then we will take a sectional committee. And sectional committee will assign to the who is expertise in this. And they will develop a brief document called after that environment draft, members will give their ideas and how you can develop this standard further. State called field. This stage it will stay inside the field if you not the circulated out copy. Comment on the draft then we will rewrite it on the white search which is W and here any person throughout the country who can register in BAS website their comments on request to the participants from state governments and also students faculty even PhD pursuing the students and register BAS website and give your whether it is small or big commendation, every comment will be discussed in sectional committee. It was definitely make the standards more strong in quality. And after that, the final draft, after we receive on the new draft, we will be discussing with our sectional committee meeting. Each comment will be discussed, not on a voting basis, it is not that the 20 will be because every one person is not active. It means it will definitely be. We will come to a consensus basis based on the discussion. Everyone has to agree, then only the comment will be taken decision about. After that, the further process will be taken by BAS in publishing the Indian standard. So my letter comments on WC draft. So in civil engineering, we have 37 sectional. Under that, we have finance and currently we have members involved in the standard formulation. And we have 2000 plus standards formulated as of today. These were the sectional committees which I was
वो सर वहाँ लाइट नहीं है
IS 456 to W. And we are aware that IS 456 is the basic document even in our college curriculum. It was revising that we have to request you can give your valuable comments on that so that it will we also have a 24 building plan. We also
clear तो सब दिख रहा है
we also have TD 36, TD 37 structural safety. And we also have TD 43 soil and foundation committee, where our all soil related tests. We also have CD 46 National Building Code. We also have CD 56, which under which we have
वो सर ऐप
these are the standards and the CD which will be discussed further by Dr. Imbalan. It is recommend we have also invitation is to and and
Education
See the outside we expect a few sets of dots. So what is the reverse looks like this. Now this study is highly favorable and a lot of construction is started. And it's more.
इस वाले में करना आपने
The guidance. So the planning in all the three missions, geological, there must be. So you begin your plan. If you don't create planning, site conditions, then you end up.
you also
Now, BS course.
but you know pause
There are two important sites. One is the and this should
forward
set of the members. You may initiate the procedure for any particular code. A small committee is formed. They
Any login
make
page?
the code.
लॉगिन पेज आपने कुछ कौन सा ब्राउज़र पेज क्रोम पे
The code that is through
मुझे दोबारा कर दो
वन हाँ so कॉल करके
That's not going to discuss this.
good option
Simply should be a good. The various organizations.
रुक जाओ
It should be using the codes. You said to the India. Emails, all the sectional committee. You study them, we debate them, and some of the comments which are new. Again, there's a cooperative. We find code, if actually. Not much. So, of the highest code, generally they are reviewed every 3 to 5 years, whenever there is a requirement. To go for the otherwise, what you say that the code says is what. Also, 18%. Formulated by You can divide it into one of it falls under lens and damping, and stabilization and stabilization. The stabilization. About stabilization. The most of the course that related to the door construction, door construction. Because that is the core of any sort of stabilization work. So that forms if that can be properly designed, and you can say that almost 50% of the work is done. So that's why I think there's a subtle.
हाँ जी सर।
I mean, I have
विवेक से कर रहे हैं।
discuss siting. Siting means location of the
आपने एमएसटी से लाइव कर रहे हैं।
So the location instruction is very important. Like, if it's located,
स्टीम का स्टीम में करो मैं लॉगिन।
the design. We are not going to give you a very detailed design. The do's and don'ts, what should that be done, what can be done. Then the selection material. Selection
स्टीम में मेरे बोला नहीं मैं तो ओबीएस का मांग रहे थे तो वो दे दिया होता तो सर सॉर्ट होता। हाँ वही था ओबीएस में जो की डालने का तो उसको लॉगिन मांग रहे हैं लॉगिन वो तो फिर मैंने कहा था कि आप एनएडिस्क से अगर आपके पास आईडी पासवर्ड है एनएडिस्क से लॉगिन कर लीजिएगा फिर एनएडिस्क से लॉग आउट
scoping condition. Waterfalls start undergoing
ये ऐसे क्योंकि थर्ड पार्टी से मैसेज
and it flows to the
वीडियो काफी ब्रेक हो गई
rivers
थोड़ा थोड़ा
and various sometimes the snow fall and everything. But otherwise,
नेट का तो इशू नहीं है इधर यहाँ तो सही है पता नहीं वो कैसे कहाँ पे डिस्प्ले में कहाँ पे
site-specific investigation. This investigation includes the mapping part, site-specific mapping part, investigation. Then microfiles are nothing but some sort of borehole fields, boreholes about it. And if any landslide is occurring, it's going for create some of the resistance by increasing the shear resistance or increased to being working by
ये थोड़ी better है ये
microfiles. So it's in fact it's a type of the roads.
screen everything.
Start with the roads, areas that are in the fields of them. So when we clear out in certain pattern, sliding pattern, it's just like stopping. So if you go to Nainital, there is one Grand Hotel in Grand Hotel. Just in front of the Grand Hotel, there's a flat is there. So there the landslide still taking place. So we are suggested this microfile there. Hopefully they might. So the two walls, there are a set of two walls. The very first one, how to select. Then we have a series of two walls. Each one has got a different design. Okay, it's different design, used for different purpose, used for different conditions. So I don't think I can, but the problem is it will take a lot of time. So the thing is that if you have any problem, of course, you can, and the particular retaining walls and all that, we can discuss afterwards also, during that last session. If anybody has any sort of problem, we can discuss. Okay. Otherwise, I would have loved. There would be between. So the also all these courses are different type of landslide we can have it. Then let's see, different type of slope between it could be what burden will be affected. It could be what you call the talus which is affected. There is a talus material. It's higher. See, no matter what you are wrong. Many places.
करा था मैंने
On the top.
आगे दूसरी
The word burden is not very thick.
यार ये दिखाओ
Okay, it's about 2 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, 5 meter. The slip step occurs and slip step is not complete. Then again, it will follow the rock. So these type of. So we may encounter talus, we may encounter slip circuit failure, we may encounter the plane failure. So we have different course now. Then most important guidelines for monitoring of landslide. Already we are doing it. Dr. Congo will be discussing what he is the one he will very soon come out with the code and all that, but he will discuss about it. Monitor the land. And then finally one system based on monitoring. Okay, how to identify the slide is that is going to occur right now, or maybe it's stable, or maybe you have to wait for, the slope is likely to fail under such conditions.
वो screen
Suppose the comes up, the rainfall is high, rainfall more than 50 centimeters in a day, it will start failing. Why? Because it will start and then
अरे अभी मैंने देखा वो बड़ी स्क्रीन पे चल रहा है।
Define it. Then I want. Talking to I want. You can based on the instruments, based on the data, you can find a certain criteria by which you can predict landslide going to happen. Okay, so I want. Then road excavation and mud disposal is a very important. What is the important aspect? Road excavate a lot of it. You throw them on the slope. That's what they do. So your vegetation cover on the top. So it will completely cover the environmental problem. Then the material, they're going to slide down on it. It will create a lot of problems for them. Then 1 meter, 2 meter, suck is thrown outside. In foreign countries, it's an offense. But so what is that is that you have to identify certain localities where a mud cavity is posed up, properly disposed, and then protect from the area. So that during rains and all that, it doesn't be washed out and create problems for the dams. So what road excavation means, when you go for road excavation, I told you the excavation is particular. The road excavation, what do you do? The hills of there, you cut it. Now, if you go to Tirigavajas Dam in China, from the airport to Tirigavajas Dam side, there's a 8-lane road. It's like, can you believe it? 8-lane road. When you drive through that one, you feel as though you are traveling in a plane. None of this. But this is not a huge kind of 80 to 100 meters. 80 to 100 cutting, if you leave it. Cut it and leave it. Do you think it's to be stable? So what do you do? You cut it at an angle, provide range, cut it, provide range. So you have to plan it out and execute the no, that every room is completely stable. I've come up with once landslide. It was so thoroughly studied and then they executed. So that can be done, provided the bill is there, money is there, people are able to take it up. So it can. Then comes construction. This is another one which we are planning to take a very close platform. These are the ones which we are planning. So any questions, you can ask one or two questions, start from. Later we can discuss towards the end. I have some more material, but it's not that much relevant. That's why I'm not discussing. Yes, any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Professor Narpender Singh ji to give a token of appreciation. Dr. Radinam Singh. Now, I would like to request all the guests to move for the high tea, which is a quick bite, just opposite to this. Can we have a group photo? Just share.
पूरा ना लेके
क्या लाइव पता नहीं है वो क्या बोलूं मैं उसको क्या सीन है मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा
क्या कह रहे हैं
मैं तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा
लाइव उन्होंने चलाई हुई है। ले जाओ अभी तो बहुत लंबा आ गया भाई इसका ये कैप्चर कार्ड निकालिए जरा ले जाओ ले जाओ थोड़ा
पीछे से आगे ना यहाँ से निकल।
हाँ ठीक है कर लो और कर लो
फिर आप लैपटॉप लेकर भी इधर आ जाओ ना क्योंकि मुझे थोड़ा वो करना है ना।
अरे अभी
ठीक है ना कर इतना
यार मैं क्या बताऊं आवाज साफ नहीं जा रही उस पर से मैंने कहा थोड़ा आगे हो, क्या कर सकते हैं। इसमें नेट वेट आ रहा है
नेट तो ठीक आ रहा है सर
नहीं एक बार दोबारा खोल
आवाज फुल करिए जरा सुनिए
क्या
लाइक
पता नहीं है क्या बोलूं उसको, क्या सीन है मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा।
क्या कह रहे हैं?
मैं तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा।
लाइव उन्होंने चलाई हुई है।
Oh, thank you, Mr. Ravi, for introducing me. Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about introduction of landscape problems into the day. And, right, the very, it's a very important, very important, because landslide started almost the day and will continue. Commerce, youngsters, they have a lot of source to work and with.
हर चीज
So,
क्लैरिटी
because like that's nothing. Hello. And then, okay, fine. Natural disaster. The center great use for operativity on atmospheric dialects along violates peace. Invariably, activate of the settlements of natural resources are to be exploited. So therefore, this complexities. The most common natural hazards are landslides among all. Landslides. So landslides can be defined as a relative movement of the mass of the or dry combination of these means both. A gross replacement here is that when driving when the forces driving the ground mass are greater than the resisting forces. In a easy words, we can say the same forces versus driving force. If driving forces are more than if resisting forces are more than probabilities. So it was on a factor of safety and flow stability. Flow stability can be a which is used a plane of failure available. So it's very a ratio actually. And I told you between the same forces and the impact forces. If that probability is less than one, flow will be automatically unstable. But if one, if it's critically stable, or more than one, then flow will be stable. So similarly, another words specified between the ratio of the PR torque between the ratio of load. So factor of safety can be defined for all slides such as for strength. So that is just a length right made from the box. Rotational failure. So rotational failure. Okay. But now that's like use the variety of source and can be defined as the downward as well as also form effective under the influence of the this definition is more popular. But association of the dollars, you know, landslide simply define the mass of rock gathers on flow down a slope. Okay, so find derive the problem from that one reason, such as rock strata
there. Then it's failure of wall or complete failure. Great failure, complex failure. If it is combined with the combination of failures. Similarly, if soil present the balance flow surface is there. So it can take the rotational failure, systematic failure. Okay, so left sides are from here and block here, you can see here the successive rotational failure. And, comments. So there are many classifications by one is 379 classification based on the nature of the source material. What is the side is there before we go for investigation of the landslide. So it is very important to classify the law. So this is the table given by the markets. You see, this is type of mind. This is based upon different material lord. And on my right hand side, see, you should see the right hand side. So from the sketches, show the different blocks. You see, small, the rock is there, the rock wall, material course, the others fall are shown by its extent. Similarly, public, the members, slide, slide, yeah, just slides or outside. And different. It's clear. So one can understand. If one made up. So engagement is different. Which is different. Slow it's dependent on the movement. So this complex. Without sound there. Then we call it as complex. So rate of movement event like development body based on the classification of the sound defined here. Extremely rapid to steady. Extremely rapid means survived in the canvas over 3 millimeter per second. Then extremely rapid or movement. Similarly, it's divided very slow, extremely slow. Extremely slow means it is like 5 very dense. So, but one is classification. So now I'm trying to here show you some of the landslides. It's the rotational failure. Surface reaction on gate point using their on gate number. On gate surfaces. Small like slums associated with hurricanes or sudden shocks such as earthquake. The place of really stunted backward, forcing production was here also you can see the reverse flow is producing. This is the direct example. There's a lot slow there. See here this thing. Here. Okay. Like this. Say any block area you can see here because this lines are magnets, they are relatively slow and very fast, so this loses its cell and block can move down. You can see the line of block movements here. It's here in the line and sketch is there just to show you how the lens like block or plane failure takes place. This I've taken from my so from balance presentation. So you can see the plane failure. Plane failure is condition in this section angle should be less than the angle of failure, plane failure. Here it's coming plane failure. Failure you can see this it's replaced by the intersection of two planes. So the intersection. The condition is same. And then only slide again. Fall is very common in high fall involve the vertical cross. Here we sketch here or further into the common fall. So falls and drops are easy to visualize and form material effects on the street slopes or descent to the air, near bounce and road. So it has three fall clear falls. So the initial velocity is 0. 0 to B0. The final speed. So when G is the acceleration, it's 1% of one. It's a boost of 1%. You see this India here the human so this India after very nice. This road was blocked for 8 hours. This block was new size. This is topple. Topple refers to those blocks that tilts or rotates forward on the way or hinge on the wind and then separates from the main mass. Falling on the slope, taken off or going down. So, maybe more as sorry, depending on what I don't here things are. Here, more clear picture. So, this block and move down. It shows how the so This is rotational slide. This slides refer to the sliding movement on a circular or nearly circular. So these generally occur of movement is whether wrong and a movement more or less rotational road and axis that is now to assume so such like drives by star it will make moving particle. See here this star. Multiple rotational or successive rotation can also take place. We have shown earlier in some way. So slide refers to the movement by finite area along one surfaces of an object. It's effective or systems may be responsible if the is required. Two other type of slides are rotational and motion. So this is non-rotational. See slides. This is not slides. Right? Take place. I mean, see slow or not slides can take even million plus slow. Here, because the different movement of material, they discuss mass, where we enter movement, or surface, shear surface movements. It may be called as the other slow or one of the examples. Depending on the movements. It's kind of failure are very much common for us, and it doesn't get times. It is generally occurred taking where the taking factor such as problems are important. So complex, as I told you earlier, coming the failure occurred due to a combination number of more than one type of measurements. So we call it complex. Dimension. This non-feature and level learning circular failure or rotational failure. So the different parts of the slide it on, slide it on are marked here. You can see main star generally looks very steep. 90 degree. It's the ground part and it's ground tracks. Middle star cycling and it's radial track. So this system area of this it's not area style. Uh, so this is some of the symbols. We can define the old flavor. We can define active blend slide all like this. Flow we do create small small. So there are many methods. Improves the driving force and reduce the resistance and all those lines. So that is divided into two types. Internal factors and external factors. So internal factors like depends on the property of the material, the measurable, often locally active. Maybe say our people like say it's a cloud bars, say a or it's not a like so these are the best of and cities literally from time. geological structures, like or slow morphology, slow weather, abundant this, whether it is sea or this, or stove, it is stove upward, mounting upward. Then, related relief is again very important. Slope is 700 height, 100 height. The south sense. So, surface of well conditions, weathering condition very important because some of these programs are still required converting, may not be tapped after some time. Rather than on the Pune highway, there are few slow, which was stable. It was considered stable, and after 10 years, it fallen off. So physical properties, probability, plasticity is also again one. As a so as some fact, we look at segments, consistency or weight, volcanic eruption, rainfall, times or prolonged, sudden change of environmental condition, sound a satellite sometimes. Removal of urban upgrade when our starts to the groundwater conditions. Removal of natural vegetation or human activities, excavation of flow removal, loading of roads, deforestation, irrigation, artificial vibrations, water, movement, leakage from the utility. This is seem to be very small, but it is very because so much chemical are involved in water such uh, water, and it can change the property of the ground. That's the landscapes. Quickly, loss of life, loss of properties, loss of capacity, loss of potential power, mental loss, totally change the fauna and flora, landscape, and happens also this time. So we need some geological and because geological studies involved investigation of flow forming material, deciding study of the morphology, identification of causes, similarities. Geotechnical studies involved investigation of information on the physical properties of soil and ground, the site, and levels. So these are the concepts to investigate and landslide and provide the remedial methods. So these are the some of the indicators of landslide and it's very here. So explain some of spring speed or separated down and not typically be before. Suddenly, but it means there is some going on. Or by moving away from the development of plants, etc. So area prone to landslide to avoid to stimulate landslide on this on the base of the slope, close on deliver that right in this part of the stream. At the base of the top, full roads. At the base or top, okay, steep sites development on the sites where the each special are good. So it will avoid area problems. These are the some lateral warning signs. You can see because if we can affect and the area of the landslide, so it can bounce slightly. There are some other warning signs. We will consider this one we are traveling or we are traveling on the areas. They, we should not avoid such conflict percentage to avoid the accident. So control of that type of maybe a technical problem, but we concentrate that. You know, as the aspects of life, so it's essential to get full attention. Like your lifestyles, keeping in mind the social economic impacts to the surrounding studies must be carried out. Thank you so much. Any comments?
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful question. And we will go for next session.
Was there a question? Okay, thank you so much.
The next session is on site investigation techniques and analysis of landscapes. Speaker for this session will be Dr. D. Chakrabarti, sir, Director of GSI Chandigarh. He will be taking the next session. I'm sorry, joining in a minute. Hello, sir, we can hear you. Yes, sir, we can hear you. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Okay, fine. So, what is it going there? Expected, the problems and, organizing committee, the event, was invited me for delivering, so I must go today. So, I hope we will enjoy your very good price and money there. In Dehradun. Because much, let's start with today's presentation. Just let me know if my voice is getting up, because some network gauge is there. So, Sai,
Yeah, okay, sir, your voice is clear, sir.
okay, fine. This is the scientific, right? Semi-quantitative and qualitative approach. So what are the points that we are trying to discuss today? Just a few introductory slide on what is quantitative tactics. Then conflict investigation techniques, particularly the selection of the theme and scale, followed by the activities that we do for scientific investigation, because the analytical approach most of the purposes. And then coming to the mechanism of the soap layer and techniques, there is a lot of slopes and when we will be touching upon the session when the failures, whether we can also take every of the overburden. And finally, we will be taking up the semi-aggregated study. Next slide, I think you all know, it's basically a outward and upward movement of soup on material. What is it is proposed? Oil, artificial beans, or a combination of all these things. When it is coming out, then there should be some separation, and the movement is either by falling, sliding, going in combination. The rate of movement is fast, slow, and definitely. Figure effect, natural sometimes can go down. The question is why do we study that? Because now we are seeing that in Himalayan terrains or in the hilly terrains, the anthropogenic activity or the fast pace of development is actually happening. And sometimes this fast pace of development is actually not taking into consideration the intrinsic or the inherent slope instabilities, which are present in the site specific condition that can be accessed. So whenever development activity, because of this instability, light light from them. So definitely on the society. So to we are basically doing this scientific investigation because when there is a sudden movement of slope of a metal, always there is a loss of light, loss of probability, livestock, etc. But we need to prepare for that is the basic reason we are studying the landscape to get different
Like, yes. Today, because okay. I mean, the factor for management activity because of the network problem. First factors of management, there are basically two kinds of natural as well as natural. Natural can be subdivided into two categories: inherent and external. Inherent is the flow, which we can study on the flow or the flow pattern. Sir. So, if you study like community, we speak the local because we are structured, we can what you say is knowledge of the flow. When the scope is there, the scope will say that the flow will. This is followed by the relative. Then do the next how the development activities of what is the through foundation of the slope, it present slope instability, and finally hypergravity down. So this I think and we can study in the book itself. So the inherent factors. I mean, slope instabilities. I mean, the external factor there are two. And it is always people are very nice picture because the book is the particular deforestation people with details. These are already mentioned inside the religion. So we will not be able to much of based on the theme, we can say that management techniques can be divided into three major types. Regions where the locations of the land types are indicated. Which is I hope the screen is visible now, and I'm moving to my point. Is it visible here also? So you see, this is the map of the mentality. And some of the point I do think it is not properly visible because of the images produced, but something has been shown here. So because some scope distributed bigger, it will be map and so pattern is basically the location is distributed by that kind of indicate. This on the picture. This is the first thing. The second thing is the hazard map. Here, the probability of occurrence of landslide is basically the study of transport map. And here, the probability means the spaces which occur, the spatial probability version, where this particular slope aspect of the slope passage is. So, in that way, you can see the same area can be categorized into some different colors. The gray or orange color is going for the higher level. These are more proof than that comes. When we think this hazard map, or when we bring this sensitivity classification, we are basically in the five types of from very low to very high. That is very low, low, moderate, high, and very high. And similarly, doing this hazard donation, and we are also assessing the risk potential to the same five classes from very low risk to very high risk. We get the combination of the matrix. So we get the risk. So basically, the risk matrix basically it's a function of the other the damage potential of the data. Look at this one. This map have to prepare for the Sugi area. These are the basic three things on which we are doing the landscape mapping. The same will be. So See that when the weight of the mechanism or anyone can study, let's say points to the and points to the scale. Mostly we can do the area map or the dimension maps. Sometimes we can also go for the data and the donated and data. The basic purpose is to for to select this scale is to go level and particularly the charting the communication tool. But if we are doing railway network or railway management from say basically current track, we should know where the land location of existing next to instabilities are. So at that time, the India maps are really still very helpful. Coming to semi-Indian scale, minus to 2000 scale, just 2000 to we basically go for the ladder, the unit and the anchor. This is basically the point. Then as well as the other application shifting. So upcoming are so we do cover and finally coming to the topic of our today's discussion, that is the data science specific analysis of the language. This is the detail once 500 to 1000, sometimes 1000 to 1000. Taking the side of the specific and here look here the latter especially things on the scale. Just the scale meter, empirical meter, so in empirical method, we try to get the previous experience, but we have experience of the knowledge that we have gained in the past. We try to present the present years to institute or try to hold it to the present. So, whatever the type of the maths, you have just know differs. It's a abstract domain map and other map. This is even if look in by customer. These are basically the coming to the details or critical map, we do the investigation on 1000 scale, sometimes 100 to 2000 scale, and we get the different types of the pages for rock pages, soil pages, jelly slide, jelly flow, rock, all the type. And we coming to the observation map. Here, basically, we are seeing the response of the storm, or we are observing the particular storm for a given period of time. We are putting some instruments like marking or board meters, meters, and also instruments like GPRs. So these are helping us to know what is the exact amount of the movement. Any particular slope which is not properly, movement is not properly available, it's we will move on. Now, coming to the point of the next slide, let's start. The first step is the geology of the component. We know the geology of the component can be what is basic one is the geology transport. The experiment here we can soup wash, we whatever which comes up slope, so we can define that will can be foundation of the vegetables can be tables. Tables is basically four games and all the process mixed together in a way to give proper distribution of all concentrated magnesium. So sand and food sand, fine sand, purple sand, all can have. So we have studied what is the thing to formulate. This is very difficult the fundamental about possibility about possibility about that because the type of depending on the formula as well as the technical stability. we will get the indicators what type of slope curve is very because we have to equations or identify what type of frequency is having. And then accordingly, we also able to suggest for instrumental formulation. So this is the first fundamental step for the stability analysis or isolating investigation. Going a bit details on the stability analysis for now. The next step is identify the slide. What should we do? Ultimately, what we are doing for the scope analysis, we are going to determine the factor setting. So it is basically a review of resisting mode and overlapping modes. So once stable flow is there, the factor setting will be water mark. Whenever the slope is there, even if the factor setting has gone, it's legal. So for the first thing is that we are getting the rocket, the failure as well as pumping failure. So in transmission failure, you may apply let's say for transmission failure, you can apply the failure as well as the weight failure. And for the pumping failure, the way I see the position, plotting the dominant failure. Now coming to the transmission, we have basically the overburden of this, right? Okay, this video. Okay, so there is one category here whether the thickness of this material is less than change, but ideally there is a function. Here we can go with the thickness of the second thickness material is more than 10 meters. We get more some rotational value. It can be assessed by two major categories. Whether it can be either a surface surface. In that case, we can go to information factors. I in the surface charts. We can go for normal here. My intervention factor certificate. Jump to will I think this thing will be up in having activity, what we for this like study of cancer, the first is that extrapolating here we will be studying the properties that are very different for different times. In fact, now it is very so this helps us in assessing the slopes intuition. And then we can find out the investigations. So in the investigation, there are two major components of this investigation. So this investigation is basically of the particular affected slope is 1000 or 500 scale with 1 computer. Ideally, depending on the size of the site, 1 to 2 meters. The important features that will be taken. First of all, the morphology of the slide. What are the minus the crown and each of the picture that behind the crown. So all these things will be picked up. So the morphology of the slide will be there. Distribution of the rocks or solid and metal. If it rock is available, so it's more related to play an important role. So those things the joints or in other shear or in other adversarial features. The hypothetical formation and the mitigation cover and that can also be different. And other slope indicators, slope estimate indicators like say ground appearance of the ground effects, origin of the ground, thinking of the trees. These are the typical indications of the slope. Those will be definitely to go for the sampling, collection of the rock and soil samples, and that should be the systematic bitwise pattern. You can also make assessment of the damage caused by the landscape, damage to property, damage to road, damage to houses, any all these categories. And we can go for preparing the geological systems based on mapping activity. What are the certain indicators of kind of particular unstable slope on the given system. We can have an estimation that what is the geology. Now, whenever we are doing this geology, we need certain amount of accuracy. So that accuracy can only come when we go for subsurface exploration. So here we can plan for the subsurface exploration, that is the boros, the activities we do, boros. If you can access at the time of mapping, that the overburden power is not much, then we can also go for picking and picking. And if let's say the photo is different, getting but we cannot plan the overburden. So we can also choose the percentage. Let's say any imaging technique. This will give us the distribution of the rock and to the distribution of the overburden within the flag zone. And then we overburden. So when both the investigation as well as from the consultative investigation, we now get a because now we can the types. As well, we need the material properties. So we need material properties we will get from that. We get the technical parameters, shear parameters, maximum to contain greater than this character in the model. Now we are going for estimation of the shear parameter of the so, yeah, now, straightforward, whatever we have now said previously, I'm just make some state by the straightforward. So, the first step is the preliminary site visit, and where we'll be getting the general study and the application of the data. We'll be getting it from the visual plan, and then the preparation of the topographical map, base map on once, okay, it can be Google server also. So this 1 and 2 we go basically desktop plus as well as backend information. Now coming to the management, safety of course. So given direction, theoretical coming of scope material, medical sites, subsurface exploration, all these things will be done in the field. And using the bit state with the identification of possible positive factors. This can be done the sections with reasonable or confidence from the subsurface study of so and with the identification of the mechanism, whether it's a canal failure or weight failure or rotational failure, and this is stability. From step 1, step visit, who's stability happening. These are the ways to which or what steps in which you can analyze. Now let's start with the slope failure, and this is the rock problem. So failure in the rock slopes, where we are basically giving the transitional failure. Transitional failure means the discontinuity is the dominant failure rate, which occurs in the in-situ rocks. Discontinuity is basically the slope rate and continuing they are getting the unstable base and unstable base. So this rock the one and this day. So as you see the figure. The sketch in this one there are two major categories. First one is the planar failure. The second one is the waste failure. Secondly, we want dominant discontinuity with getting denied and the failure happens around a particular plane, the plane of separation in this case. And for the waste failure, and these two joints are discontinuity and the line forms of waste which accordingly helps this one. So cannot play with one area and the width. The line of intersection of the width that matters. So current modeling condition of the standard investigation. The foundations are almost set and we have seen in the investigation. First, there should be the parallelism between the structure and the side of the basement. It should be parallelism. Second point is the regulatory market. So face the risk, the peak of the slope. This is the smaller slope is and so we give it this society should be greater than and finally the people of the regulatory must be greater than any operation of the bottomless of the or transmission periods, which side peak of the slope is should be maximum. Then the peak of the discontinuity plane and they should be given the friction angle of the rock. Exactly
when we are talking about the therapy, this is the condition when we are talking about the waste uh, I P will be changed by the side I. I means the angle of inclination of the waste period. The condition is almost same, only the representation matters. I don't get that now. The resonant condition is schematic. You can see here, this is the peak of the slope, or this is the circuit. This is the fingerprint which will get it. So it is written obviously. So that's why it is cycling. And definitely picture is important. So continue the condition where side then is better than cycling and reverse. This now we the same condition is found, which if but before we get complete this time period or this including so we are basically taking into consideration and then the information and base area, unit weight of the block, total weight of the block, gig of area, take and think what is present. If water is present, according to the right, under the right condition, under the wet condition, when the right condition is accordingly this will be Z double the factor will be 0. And the equation gets simplified to this one, C into A divided by W IP plus what's IP in N. For the wet condition, the expression becomes more reliable. And so additional parameters are used. One is the V is the horizontal water dose. When the horizontal water dose in the parameter, W is the consistent. The input weight of water, second is the effect of water. Remember this point was indicate that when water will be retention, we have to the factors set. This is this again. These are the conditions are within there. And also in 2007, Badar published a payment. These conditions are well documented there. Modification of energy is of this period. You can see that this two discontinuous planes are getting intersected. That is getting generated. Next. So the suitability projection we can like this. And this is our base. And this is a few. And this is this is getting. Application is and do work out these the equation is bit complicated. And C A and C B, the basic strengths, but is and accordingly, I and I will be the friction angle of two elements. Other characteristics are the same. Now, after the standard failure, we are getting damage weight failure. After the process failure condition, the next factor, the equation we are getting is the toppling failure. Now, toppling failure, as I said, that it really happens when this particular central gravity, when it falls below the base point, and it has a tendency to forward rotational movement, and that's the lockouts. In case of longitudinal failure, the lower the sliding is. And in case of toppling failure, here the rotational component is. So, depending on the situation, to determine the problem, we need a slender rock column, a slender rock. Slender means the thickness of the rock is the height. So this V by H ratio is a very important factor. Then the best thing, these two they are for the toppling failure.
There are some classification is being given, okay, depending on the base angle as well as the ratio of bearings. So for stable block, sliding condition, both sliding and critical, some geometric parameters have been indicated. So this is what we are getting. But so what will be recovering at this? We have to here the basic concept is that once we identify the scope, one scope is identified. Then we have to identify the scope application. After identifying the we get yes, so this is this is for so we are going to change the lighting. We can also get what inverse community. So we can find one is in so this becomes the form of the company. So after forming the your relation as a vessel, it could be done into the design and accordingly also project increase for the stroke percentage. Similar to replica, so these are those of the yes. If most of the discomfort fall within the topic, as in the case only, then go which will be showing go joints in the same or joint set will be showing on the other topic. Obviously, the other one is the index of the column and the vessel line. After flow this now see some the bottom for the solid slopes. So first category is the one so this is different for the big trees that we can get into yeah. It's like other camps. The characteristics of this area is by both. And here the given of the factors will be given like this. The input parameters are C, Y, input of the she is the problem. There is a application for do it. Application and I think this is about it. So you can see this can be the spectrum. So this is not almost the pattern. So under this condition, we have shadow transformational edges with the one. Sometimes there is also this has also been edges. When the floating is not properly flow line in the bit properly so this almost coming to the notation of circular failure. Circular failure is usually more than scale. So one we can after the general particles, so first of all we need unconsolidated use of carbon particles or that's fine. And then so this to water the material and from those relations the initial the protection of being can be for circular field you can multiply variable either by charge or sometimes then we get so let's how to use. In the exactly we have this particular issue called C by weight. C the weight, gamma is the weight on the density of the between the things. H is the height, factor of C. This value is already got it. So these numbers are
Creative. Subject.
the outside variable coefficient is the C by gamma constant, right? That is the dimension list. Now, once we identify the slope angle, the slope angles are calculated. So one particular slope angle, let's say 40. So 40 degrees, those values will be projected. These are slope angle can intersects. This is the case is and then the information. Slope angle will be projected over the slope. And from sloping it will be specific to the y-axis. That's the case. So we have to consider there are 5 charts for dry to semi-saturated condition. These 5 charts are just give some examples here. So for 0.1 is very dry flow, for 50% saturation, 50% so let's say that for a price of something like this. And let's say the slope angle is 20 meters, so we will take the third of the year. After calculating this by economic time, we will put here to calculate this chart and this is the line, and then we will project the axis. But if we are here, also to the axis, but see by the economic. Now, if the overload is dominantly so after this thing, the Bishop axis, it is bit complicated because the typical stability and two stability and one it takes the and then the maximum depth. If we try to calculate the stability of the it is a critical weight surface. It emerges from the toe of the slide and then take parameters. Take parameters undetermined. So this area block is unstable. This is divided into smaller slides or slices. These slices, the dimensions can be worked out for determining the across. These have been already out giving these are items on this package. These are already given open brain and also vision and ismet. So, when we can determine the mindset to skin, but we can determine so when we can divide it into this size will say one particular size here. Second is here. Fourth is there. In this way, we divide the index considerable amount into particular sizes, and then accordingly we can get the actual properties to give that. And dig into the equation of the factor of safety. This one is the equation of the factor of safety. We get right. But now this one is that. Process. So this iteration goes on. So first factor of this is presented here. We determine initial initial factor of safety of the new factor of safety and the determined factor of safety. There the difference actually is to say 1%. So this we try to go for the stability analysis, the log domain. These are the types of belief. The first in the log domain, we have seen that the transistor failure, topic failure, and on the side of the way, it's shallow circular, shallow circular, when we are talking about the fourth situation, but transistor failure and when the CFC after this, take the last part of the semi-conductive output for the external study. Whatever we are discussing, whatever we have suggested, but sometimes when we are getting a fit, we may have to do some considering the raw fluids.
So December is the big and
Hello. Are you able to hear me? This. Sorry, we are giving because hardly more than the thing is so there. I think this part I think is more complicated. Let us stick only on that. You know, that part. No. Okay. Fine.
Right.
Yeah.
team and scale it. Here, on the basis of the, we are identifying the scale of the map, we are identifying. For science specific study, well, we take a technique. The general scale of the mapping for detail scale is to 1000 to 5000, 2000 to 5000. And the phase moves to identify. Otherwise, whether it's a rock flow or one flow, apparently it looks like one after doing its work, we constantly in a position. What kind of and they need to be used for detailed study. So, proximity and why do we access the proximity? Because we need to see whether the particular source will find out variables. This analytical technique will be ultimately giving you a proximity value. If it is less than the equation that has been presented here is basically what is everything and what is first. Very much there is that way what I try to focus is what is the basic concept for this study. Then for that purpose, the study and the quick inputs is so that's the whole thing these are some of the records which have been the presentation. The particularly one please because one in this particular topic. So thank you. Hello. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for your yes, sir, you can stop sharing. One okay, sir, share. Okay. We will have our next session, site-specific detailed landslide investigations and slope stability modeling using FEM. Speaker for this session is Dr. K. Lakshmanan, sir, Senior Geologist at the GSI, Kolkata. Sir, you can share your screen and start presentation.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You are audible.
Yes, sir. CV56 DAF distribution. Another access from the industry. And also, I'd like to thank DAF for giving me an opportunity to share knowledge. So today I will be discussing about the site-specific data on that side investigation. On this topic, it seems like already Dr. sir and Dr. Pandey sir has covered up. I will be directly going into the subject. Is this supposed to say no? No. Yes. When it will be taken, it's like it was on a store like when have you made this slide or made it get reactivated or any ground start in so much then major critical
infrastructure is under threat, like a building dam location, dam overflows or suction failures are there, due to the slope. And when there is a child of failure, expected like a potential loss of life, maybe economic loss, especially of life price, and cascading failures, or is there, if there is a defective where engineering job for inputs are system. So like it's like I just want to give you like I will be sharing a case study in which particularly that's why of inventory and the separate imaginary how to take because the same slide it might now got document now. When the slide has occurred, like we have to see in the past pictures to see how we can become this slide, whether it is growing or it is how it's done. For this purpose, the discovery we have used. And then this parameter are discussed by Bhavata. So my where I will be sharing the thing like on 2024 there was a major slide occurred near the beginning of the slope in the recent where Dodama was a small township in a state block of time. On the 6th we have carried out a criminal investigation and this line made it stop, and the rain is falling, it would be evening that we will downstroke where a new settlement is there. So we have a plan for a detailed sensitivity investigation. And this is the study area where people here and here what is this is the Dodapa river. Let me take the pointers. Yeah, this is the Dodapa river. And here the surface portion is the place where you have a slide. And here is the yes, here this white portion is the slide portion, and this yellow color start place you can see, and this is the 2016 image. And the basic study here, how it done, you can see a start place which is there is already a value slide, and this is deposited is the old slide material. I mean, start this.
Yes, I'll
You can see that the Nala is closing. And here, the mark is the township, Baba area, and this main road is a Shanti road. And below that, there is a still, is it the colony? Is the colony. So they have, so, area that we have taken to see, like, that. Or it can slide up, then sliding down, then it could cause, so that what should be the real features. For this, we have a. Yes. Yeah, so for this, if you want to prepare a topographical and geological map of models to global scale, prepare a detailed section, geophysical assessment and geotechnical assessment to laboratory test and to identify failure mechanism. So, for that we use the modeling in the stress reduction method we have applied. And based on this, what sort of support measures where they approximately that we are trying to identify. Very I mean, like a brief I know this fact, Google and who they on existing geological map because we to identify like what major fault or trust any major fault there in the same area and we have gone to the whole to identify whether this is already reported or not. So the use of terrestrial scanning technique and the production of system where was generated. And the total station we used with all these common tables, they will contact Caesar Nala, pipeline, in and around the tables, we have taken electrical solve method for identifying what is material being unmet needs. So this is the place that I am showing it, like it is already shown the wood star. But we might present slide portion. I have told that terrestrial laser scanning technique. Here we can see the instruments in this setup in the opposite band. And this red color station, which we are trying from here, we scan this area. And we can see the buildings and all sitting in area. So what we generated depth, which is high for 2.5 meter resolution depth. Here we have got a basically 5 meter from so we have like a high resolution order that you can develop. Station to which is globally connected here so that we have to object and find different activity dates and better. So this first thing which is the power data this red color like remove all this like so that we will get the actual and this is what we have got. And this is the three photographs from what we have taken. Here we can see we will try to twice star phases, which is the zoom in portion, and here is the zoom in portion where we can see the shift in the this is the ground portion where we have 2.5 to 3 meter displacement, and this is the overall portion where the statement displacement has taken, where that's not one, but it has slided and it has stopped. And below the floor, you can see the rock is exposed here, and above whatever is which has been the wall side material has been before, and there is a terrace cultivation a practice has been the Nala is also there. So these main things and we will see on the and this is the geological map how we generated, and after the mapping it is trying to plot all the star phases. We can see the drainage in the port which has been reworked and has been repeatedly. So something that's like the natural drainage was blocked, the agriculture and this water has been diverted and used for the pieces of plantation, in which during all the step material which has an added weight of the water. Plus, during the day of the president office, we had actually rainfall of 4 days. Water pressure was crossed when the weather is good. And this is a land cover map, and the physical scope aspect map. It just shows like in our area how the land cover, modern station, deep vegetation, and the settlements, how where they're located, how far they're located for all the study. Some of them they carried out, and this satellite shows the different places where you try to with particular sounding methods, and then basically three layers of medium material like one is 3.8 meter, it's a slow point we can get, and the second level is also quite high compacted heavy powder maximum to and next layer is like a nice crystal. And we do about this, we try to analyze the page size and we classify the shape and parameter. Basically, it tells us that it is a sagging, maximum sagging, the pressure will be the shape and parameter. We have classified for different upper floor and the lower floor. 30 samples to get the slope portion on these are it's like right at the top. We try to plot so that this will be like the entire And this material what we got from the field estimation and from the vertical electrical zoning, and we have plotted it, and we will see the residential apartments in the grounds. And we have generate the different geographical exceptions available to identify cost. Which are much more so stability through by APM. So where let me draw the photograph which I was showing in the Nala portion, and this cost material how the compact material. And this was the media. And better so new for perform at the Geological Research Center, GSA Calcutta, using the strings correction method. It is the assessment parameter of the slope material and correlation progress with reduced velocity prediction. Some of the used for that is a without in always hold like just slope at because why so here is the most the shorter thing here around straight and the displacement matches. This section shows like the slope of material around and the compact building material. Here this red color is for where the straight is there, and this image shows beautiful straight where straight color indicates the displacement getting from the vertical position. You can see the dotted lines from this. So this is for the slope and similarly for the slope when they are shown. As for we are trying to identify. So morning is called one the upper part to get it on 1.7. So it stable to answer means like again then we are able for then so for that when you talk about support system like sorry from soil mining because there material is having soil and display that and they are there or so they like we have water from this to the nala to the data and install soil what should be the so then identify is the go upper surface and go back into the compact material. So in the different flow now get into so that the factor of safety get reduced to 1.7. I guess the whole 1.5. So we are taking. So recommendation become by all following of existing support like seeking of the provide integration of regular or surface water. Then abstraction of problem. This is when about this around to runoff to reduce infiltration. Then the concept of drain along main along following the central portion of the site. Then the whole sometimes is essential to drain only within the from the site. And here that once we go for this is just like to give an idea like when we go for this slope like these things are soil but this is the level and written remaining all of the road is so that this place will be a walk of some of the would be useful. And the procedure has surface horizontal if we go to the other side of this and further given some point around the thing but we try to initially divert initial lava in the top crown portion is white color portion connecting the and take again operate both straight portion and everything is we try to kind of take so that's one character and brain number 3. It's called we try to have the, message wall here. So. Slide horizontal. And we have suggested to have check that ignores so that in case can notifies the major risk element. In the condition like you can these are the things for soil management. Right. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Are you on the hello, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. And we will break for lunch and followed by 4 in-person technical sessions after the lunch. I would request members to come back by 2:40 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Lunch is at the same place where we had snacks in the morning.
हो गया
I'm going to regard present.
Sorry, yes, for
And the speaker for that is Dr. R. N. Balgan, Professor, IIT.
इंटरनेट में इसका मैं क्या बताऊं
I'm tweeting again, but I don't know how. Nice that there for you. You see, there are many ways and means by which landslide can be escaped. One is that this can be adapted. Every city that do church in some after escaping. And so,
वो है ना कि
thing is that when you try to adapt any particular methods, any explore, some certain factors. Well, a very technical one. Good. That is the question. And what we have to discover is that which is the most suitable one for your person. One, very careful, we try to always try to go for it. And is so, it tells you what is not is there, is not is there. It tells you what understood is more or less approved. Otherwise, what sort of variable questions that are going. It's a question, and that we have to say, depending on the landslide stability analysis. And based on that experience, the more and more experience you get, the better you forget about what sort of thing they're going to do. Now, I will not tell you again why I will go to landslides and all that. The landslides can happen. During construction, afterwards. Okay. This Chakrabarti was trying to explain to you. I'm not going to explain it. This is a landslide mapping methods. So before I go, we are doing a book on landslides. So this kind of landslides, okay, published by Government of India, and most of the presentation about Chakrabarti was reviewed because mostly from the book. So all this publication, the slides and all that. So I think I'll give copies of sent to you. For the library here. If anybody's interested for the library, I don't know. Just, yeah, I'll send to you. Okay, library. Anybody's outside of PWD or they want to see it. So the book contains almost whatever Chakrabarti was teaching, most of it is random. Okay. Other part of it, the examples that we have given, all the examples are pretty much. You see, the analysis part, we have taken each one, each type of failure, we take an example, try to solve it, so that you can understand how to go ahead. We know the solving, we don't solve it problems. So, solve it. If it's very failure, good. It's very useful for the professionals as well as for the dealers. Okay. Like this brief introduction. So the indicator analysis, if the analysis indicator, the analysis we have to do in terms of factors. Factor 50 values are given. Less than 0.9. That means it's high answer. Okay. But it's very close to 1. That is 0.9 to 1. So you can just call it and see. But it's very close to 1. 1.1. 1.01. See, minor fraction is very. You can call it that. It's a balance of the chemistry. Okay. But if it's more than 1.1, we call it just a stable.
Good.
But then, 1.1 of course is marginally stable, but if it's 1.1, then we call it unstable. We have a bit of facility requirements. All facility requirements even require the 1.5, at least 1.4 factor safety values. So depending upon this, how bad it is, when we think about one more remnant, we can equal the factors. Okay. What's the basic principle of landslide stability measures other than hazard management? See, just failure occurs. Okay. Now, once a failure occurs, the unstable path moves from the top and further down, it moves down and down. Now, unstable part which is going down from the top, if you can try to remove it, try to make it further land slow. So it will be stable. So removing the head area and go down. Then strengthening the tooth. The strengthening the tooth from the material down, the nicer the tooth, the landslide automatically is stable. So see, you adopt other measures like two wall and from here in this stable. So strengthening the two also the landslide is stable. Okay. Then the other parameter is the water is suffer the water. People the increase of driving forces. So by low water pressure, so you can also reduce the effect of landslide forces. Then the increase in shear strength. You can go for increase in shear by means of anchoring, by means of routing. Okay, even providing a vegetation cover, the roots of the details potential cover, by increasing shear strength. Okay. Then create the surface protective cover. When you know surface protective cover, surface water coming, so it tends to flow out. So the most, I would say, major problem is overwater. More the water, if you can reduce it to a large extent, then I think most of the landslide can stay like this. So the highly basic on the basis of which stability measures, you have to think about stability. Any stability measure falls in the extent of the parameters. I think we discussed about have that. 12 course on stability measure. I will not know the difference. Course to walk and out. Now, the first of the study is the removal of the top portion. The removal of the top portion, you can remove partly, or you can try to remove as much as totally from the top and remove it, dig it down. So the toe is stabilized. From the top, material come down and the subs stabilize the lower part. The answer becomes unstable. So if it is a bumpy slope, see, you can also the unstable portions of a link. They are not continuous wave present, may not be continuously present. By scaling quickly, the also remove and what the unstable will become stable. And then go for anchoring, of course, if there is a here. Then flattening of the slope by benching. Okay. Slope, which is benching and bed. So, at the slope, so this way also you can reduce. One is that it will stable, it will become stable. 40 area less than 40 the flat slope, you can always use it for collecting water and then taking the water away from the area. So thereby, so this will be very good technique, provided that we are able to bring in the so go inside the water should go without any interruption. Okay. Then comes two walls. The retaining wall. There are two types of walls. One is the retaining wall, Another one is a breast. What's the difference between the two? In case of retaining wall, you will start filling in between the structure and that of the torso. There's the torso and the in between you start filling. So, the breast wall. Okay. Small generally more or less uniform side, whereas retaining wall is always flat section. Maybe one section may be particular, maybe inclined. So retaining walls could be rigid wall are to be reinforced. Similarly, the breast walls will be same like the then we have check depths. Check depths are also in the area. Now, in a small water rivers coming down, then they get further down, they get slope down. Now, during rains, huge amount of water will get spread out the slopes. Go to Nainital area, you know that so that is coming down, you see, the water comes and gets spread out and creating. So these are seeds of check dams. Check dams, very good. It's again a deep post. Okay. Oh, then there is standing pipes. The standing pipes are the pipes which can be constructed across the sliding surface so that it can restrain the movement which is trying to come down the slide. Even for the consumer area, the people were suggesting understanding by I don't know. Don't I don't know. There is suggesting some understanding pipes there. I don't know. Because I read in some newspaper. Suggesting. After design. Yeah. No, I think we did both. That makes sense. That's what I. Okay. So if it's spending 5 hours, another one. Yeah. Selection type of wall. There is a code is there. You can refer the code for condition. What type of wall? Now, here returning wall, we have rigid walls in the form of single wall. Reinforced cement pocket RC wall. Then you can continue walls. Okay. And the ground wall, main wall, concrete wall, peripheral reinforcement. These are the walls which you can think about it. Retaining wall, retaining wall. This is more important. I think probably it is more important from the point of view torso. Okay. Now let's see. This single and silverstone makes only one. Here we see. Which hill and this. The courses will be parallel to them. If you put the courses parallel to them, they are all different to the hill, one by one. And the whole load will be actually the bench, the bench here. You do that. 2 bench. The whole load will be actually the 2 inch area. And such a structure is the most stable in the case of seismic. It's most stable in the seismic. So another thing is that it's very important to provide filter material. The design of the filter is done in the scope. Okay? Now from material, coaster and further coaster material. So what size and what will the figures are given in the page. So you can correct that. Then it's always very essential to have
things are given in much detail. Why did it sit? Why? I think this is some changes and major changes, I would say, as compared to the generally people design. So these are the minor modifications will take efficiency such a okay. Reinforcement, of course, is a very common practice. So generally we have fat section, go up and down. And things like it's almost it's environment, environment, and all that. This is the details are more details. Moment. The direct wall. See, the slope. Then what do you do? Then you construct the concrete wall to see it on it can be tied to the good order. See the that you see. That again, observe deeper and deeper. That tends to be more. Like that. At least tend to be more. They're likely to traverse the rest of the joints. The joints are more very close to each other. They're getting more harder levels. Deeper levels.
Mentality.
You see, and we have embedded into the ground. Space like this, so you can slide it. The concrete slabs inside. The concrete slabs can be slide it down under. See like so it forms what? So it's so simple. This can be mass manufactured. You could ready. Columns are to be anchored down and then this all will be released in no time. Everything can be mass manufactured. Yes. Compound wall is nothing. So you have a cantilever wall. See, you have a cantilever. Let me show the cantilever wall. And it's a cantilever wall. Thin stub wall is a thick wall. And it provides support at the bottom. So it's called cantilever. Otherwise, it's not. So it can be designed so that this is the most important. This very reinforced cable wall. I think you would not have had a most of it may not be going on. This is the most innovative wall. We designed for various consultancy projects initially. Then ultimately before my retirement, then I used code and all that. Ultimately, it's come over the years. Here, what happened is that you see, in any slope, in anywhere we want to construct this and slope going like this, I want to construct a wall. Now, what is done? You have a series of drill pipes grouted. Is it ground surface? 2 to 3 meters. 2 to 3 meters are grounding inside the ground. Now, 3 to 5 meters, you can protect out. 3 to 4 meters ideally, protecting out. Now, what happens? You have 2 sets of boreholes, series of them, and then tie them, makes a sort of box. Within the box, you fill in the holes. I think probably you understand. So you have
This is a plant. How big, different.
मुझे पता है अगर तुम्हारे
On sites of composite very side and all sides are tied up after filling. So it becomes a whole thing. The borders on this. The one piece here is that I get down to deeper. They are not affected by the surface instability. This is supposed to be one. Second important thing is that you are covered in all sides. And it becomes almost a monolith. Monolith, but it's a borders. But if you limestone massively walls, what happens? So it's not very stable. Not more than 1 or 2 meters you can keep. But this is only if you can have a sort of delay equipment, otherwise the mobile delay equipment. So it's done very fast. If used in upper places, but please don't. There are companies and now the companies are using. But I'm hopeful that the government companies also will come very soon. Very soon. It's a question of, it's very highly flexible. And it's not a back, come and you have to get benefit, but still it will not function. Unless a concrete wall, it will catch. But here could see. See, it's there, we give it impact, it will bend, that's how it still stands. We keep on working for years to this wall, I think probably one can think about it. These are standing parents in the name. You see, this is penetrating group or surface group. This kind of things approach. Penetrate deeper below the surface, so that it's able to withstand the forces. So, see the rows, 2 rows, 3 rows, maybe single row, maybe constructed. Wall. You have a particular one, instead of concrete slabs, you will see steel beams, steel slabs, steel beams, so steel beam wall. Then I think that's something very wall. Now come to flattening wall. You know what I store retaining wall, and I store retaining wall. Okay, gathering wall, inverted wall. So dry walls. Okay, the flexible wall. You see here. The retaining wall now. Sorry. Maybe 1 or 2 meters. The not more than 1 or 2 meters. Say baseball bats and all that. Not more than 2 meters at the bottom. 8 meters at any 8 meters. If there is a band of one, it is the bands. Sorry. Second best to go. The second best to go only to the top. There is a band over. This is the band. It can balance on the band. Only still balance. One assembly. I said where the ice stones are. This is the gapping wall. Gapping wall generally about a meter thick. Generally about a meter high. The length could be 2 to 3 meters or 4 meters or something. And generally 2 to 3 meters. So you can fix it. 1, 2, 3. Then 1, 2, 1 like that. So you can keep on increase the height. Depending upon the height, the base increases. Okay. This is the kind of side. This is a round stone, round field wall. What happens in a lot of time?
drums, the hard drums, the thrown out, okay? These can be filled and then they can be placed by the side of the road. So it can become a wall. You can come filled, you can wall, but they are okay. Temporarily can be placed. But they can become more permanent now. This is the thing. Now, the become horizontally, tied up one with the other, pick up with the borders, and then you become very small. So I can tie that one, each one. I don't know, like one with the other. This can be certain. Okay. This is of course a two button swap. Roll in there. Sorry. Now this is the slip circuit training. This and then material made this one is styles. This is the probable potential slip plan. The road is there. If it fails, the whole thing will go down. So what we do, we calculate the total load of the material. Then we provide a two buttons one. The flat thing, by shows of a 35 degree. But 35 degree is an answer. And then we say not more than the 25. Okay? 35 of America manually photo, but generally, the 35 degree friction is too high. So 25, then almost we have got the total load of these boulders. So the load of this is much more than this one. Take the load. CSMRs. Yeah, central soil mechanics, CSMRs, really. Material resuscitation. Okay. Very close to the Rishikesh. Okay. That's more area. They're given on a depth of nearly 4 to 5 meters. And then each one is tied up, and over which they put a sort of varnish, over the varnish, a sharp. Sharpie is a foolish thing. Once you sharpie water, completely seals up the water, no water can come out. What they should have done, they should have instincts, maybe some patches, so that the water allow the water. That was only quite done very nicely. Still there in my side of the ship. This is a reinforced that wall. You have a feel some look at it. Metal strips are inserted into the film material, and then you have the what is it? Elements. So, right up, please, so that but it provides some, protection for each soil. So this becomes the presence of metal strips, so it is reinforced. So it is in the it generally follow by side of the roads. This is taking this stuff, metal strips, you can do more folded back so the material is covered and then take picture. So this is from the look extent. But you not to be designed. Then the first all this abetting against the test. Okay. Now this is here. This is the damage to be done by just abetting against the test. Okay. Now for which we have jute tape. Jute tape is very driven erosion surface. The jute tape will surface erosion temporarily for years. Not more than 2 years.
Within these 2 years, the diffusion will come from the top of the soil. Okay? Then check that, if you get check that. You got high stone check that. You just provide one of these stones, dry stones. We leave them down. So the one, see. One for the other, so that this sounds, see, one. You'll get that, build up, goes up. See, by which the steep lava flow can be flattened. So water comes flat, then falls, then flat. So velocity is broken. So the erosive power is good. Which one? What will another one, steps cascades. One step. So this is the loss of the construction. Say that. This is very good. This is an ideal for medical, but I don't know whether they use it or not. The same enforced water. Along with section how it looks like now. So once this is done, in between you can put the borders. Right. So the whole thing becomes one big section. The water comes, it flows over it. And then look, this is a sloping down like this. Okay. No, the material is detected at the backside. And water flows over it and flow. So without any problem, so we can take it. So okay, so this is the, you see, you have problem. You know, I want to. The particular it's I want to. But you water tap water drain. We have to the drain. Some of water is like okay. Tracking down the harbor and transition. It's also very rarely how they have designed as a right. So yeah, there is actually before the treatment, a single way what I have shown designed some sort of drainage law. So after some few years, when the people completely during the rain season,
अच्छा तो चलो
which are used on the rocks. Okay. You have tension holes. The tension is pre-tension. You can tension is the hyper that you're using. So only tension can hit the loop. Okay, tension there. That's the untension. These angles are as much as possible perpendicular to the your other rules. You can work out the split part then find a piece there and it is according to the Actually, they do. You don't plan. That's very important. Anything, 50 meters. What is done is that nobody. Anchors the not go. Quick junction. So the whole thing is one particular survey at the bottom and top. You know, another scale to which side. So the whole thing will lower down depending on the height. And then after that, there is a free length fixed length. If this is the again assembly, so you can ground it up to this level. On one person. Each wire extension. So how much is the load in it? Suppose your tension of 2 times of your strength. Now it will be 1.5. So you can activate to 2 times, 2 times, 2 times. Again, after 1 week, go back. Again, the price of 1.75 or 1.8, so you can tighten it. So ultimately, after 1 month, the whole thing becomes sort of fun. It doesn't show any change. You can draw the whole thing. So it's a big plan. We used in large numbers in the 780s, 81, 82. Large number. Have you ever? Any idea? Yeah. See that right back. Where the tunnel is there. It's more than 180 meters. That's so good. 180 meters. Then the top area, you have soil. The soil is likely to come down. So for every 2.5 meters, staggered back, there the starting is fixed. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. I was fortunate to work with that. And basically, I was dam mapping. I worked in all the dams. Stage time was a basic and that's what I wanted. Then, of course, rapid disability. Process called battering and marking. Battering and marking, you see, this process is called so with it, you could be that is much right. I like this. And then you plant the plant stems of stems. So you see the problem with plant. Okay. So it's deep roots that go as anchors, natural. So it's a natural way of stability. You are looking at specific good anchor. Could be the natural anchor. So now, the slope is like this. The grasses are planted diagonally. And the water comes, the water when the water runs down the there is erosion, power base. So this is diagonal. So the slope is here. Now the slope is here. Where is the here? Back up across the middle foot directly here. So with the unblown grass and then try. Now another one is tea plantation is one of the best in loose China. Remember, I have been so similarly, we go gardening area. Some places they are so good now. This is our water. But most of the numbers. Up to 45 days. Take care of you. If I can manage, you drive, please. Grass and all that. Then there is Sibakhan, like look at this. The Chinese people are using large numbers to stabilize. So it provides natural anchors. On the top, you have a very thin sticks coming out on which you get with the fruits such as silver colored fruits, yellow fruits, which is like banana. It's so like so, but it's very important. So this is the one Chinese thing that we do. Again, the grass, silver concept. Vegetation is very common in China. China, they are adapting it very well. Again, a particles in there. So, it's long. Sorry. See that there's some kind of too much. No, I can't help it. Why is that? See, in any particular area, what is stabilizing, more than one method, very rarely one method will be adopted. More than one method will be adopted. Maybe 3 or 4 methods, depending upon the conditions. Now, the choice depends, again, it depends on student. As I told you, there's an area is stable, just margin is stable, a test unstable, but we'll go for it. Now, whatever the control measures you are proposing, this can be incorporated in the stable analysis. And we can find out how much we will based on after adopting stability analysis, how much we are going to do. This is can thank you. Thank you, sir. If we have questions, we can take 1 or 2 questions. That's all. Any questions? सवाल तो क्या है अपने अभी जो बताया था कि एक जो ब्रेस्ट वाल बनाते हैं स्लो रोकने के लिए इसमें पाइप की ड्रिलिंग करते हुए दोनों तरफ से बीच में वायर के रूप में बनते हैं। ये बढ़िया है पर इसको लगाने के पहले कितना फोर्स पीछे से आ रहा है कितना बड़ा पाइप उसको ले पाएगा उसके आधार पे 1 रो 2 रो 3 रो
कितना जरूरत होगी वो देख के ही इसे करना ठीक होता है, मतलब ऐसे नहीं कि ले आओ लगा के यहाँ भी हो गया, अदरवाइज दिस मे फेल। हाँ यस, असेसमेंट ऑल्सो सिविल methods are these are good grade also, sorry, global also take place. So whenever there is a force, it's can be understand. So anytime this is only an outline, there's a type of weather, that's outline. And that's crazy. So whenever we construct roads and bridges, we find that if the road is already constructed, based on an already constructed road, we find that there are sometimes some houses of the uphill side. Those houses are private houses. And those houses become unstable because there is rainfall and then these houses they become unstable, the foundations become weak and then fall. Rather than Bureau of Indian Standards, some guidelines or provisions in their various codes for those private people, how to construct those houses, what process on the road to be taken, what type of foundation to be used, what slope stabilization measures to be taken before they construct such houses. Because it becomes a problem for the road agency at a later date when we have to improve the road because of monsoons. Naturally, the slope becomes unstable and the houses collapse. It becomes a problem for the road agency because they ask the road agency to repair the houses. We tweak a lot, we got a different other points for that. How do you cater that in the BI? Houses that are located in those states. Most the domestic part of market has people more big. Very global based on have to see them with their as obviously that will major concern rather than the rainwater. That will be very one bigger possible. That's a second thing, I think from the road. Something. Yeah, you have provided them with compensation of the report. I think it right. Above it already the house, the dead road is there. So whatever remedial measures you are providing at the movement, it should also account for the dead road of the building. Again, if you have taken the remedial measures for that cut slope to be stable. They one story, it's not a safe. It will be a one story and if that road is value protection measure will be only water until not about the road, only about the drainage provision. Whether both residential houses are made of drainage provision, stabilize that water here. Constructing a house or house this is they have gotten from the government, but it doesn't have. So, you have to have regulatory framework to control all these. Otherwise, it will damage, damage. Say,
सर नहीं बोल अभी आपने पे जैसे रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग वाली बात पहले आई ना एक पार्ट तो है कि दूसरा बल्कि मैंडेटरी हो गया गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग्स रहती है उन समय रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग अनिवार्य रूप से करेंगे तो जिस स्लोप पे ताकि हम घर बनाते हैं बिल्डिंग्स बनाते हैं और उस पानी के ऊपर से पानी आ रहा है उसको गड्ढा करा और फिर अगर उसको नीचे जैसे पेड़ पे करते हैं कि जो नीचे इकट्ठा हुआ है नीचे डाल दिया तो वो तो फिर से उस स्लोप को इस्तेमाल और करेगा ऐसा करके
but in hill area, you have to channelize to surface and cannot do charge now. That will be a problem. So whatever may what we collect, channelize the nearest surface. That will God make us no one state. That's why. Holding, holding, और यहाँ के पास आके डोर हम उससे तैयार करेगा क्योंकि देख डोर
Now we have a technical solution. We will not use techniques for any estimations by simply minimal because the very interesting discussion it was told me that already my 45 minutes has dropped to 30 minutes. So now I don't know, where is this drinking? How much time is now? 30 minutes. One good part is, I'm also talking about the solutions, and Melvin sir has already covered the solution part. I have just to talk about the geosynthetics specifically, how we can really implement somewhere. And if you are using geosynthetics, if some portions are also, some warnings are also there. It's not like geosynthetics is a wonderful divine material used everywhere. So I got a portion also. No, it cannot be used everywhere. So excavations in hill areas, we do the excavations without enough planning. This is a typical case what is being discussed here. It should be. I'm totally agreeing that before the construction or before the cutting, it has to be in the planning stage itself. The slope has to be realistic and it needs to be ensured that it is stable. It is stable for all the probable forces, that condition,
as well as its design life. Whatever the probable forces which can come, that has to be defined at that time. But it is definitely a risky thing. Apart from that, already our hills, especially in the Himalayan terrain, that is subjected to a number of hazards, which from morning onwards you are hearing. I just listed it. So I'm not going to repeat. You know that the lot of uncontrolled constructions are there. Geologically, our Himalayas is one of the most challenging across the globe. It's the newest mountain terrain which keeps on changing. There is seismic activity, seismic zone 5 and 6, the present 4 and 5. The new the zonation has changed, but for detailing mode, that part has not come out. Okay, so we can still go with the 4 and 5. Anything that can become 5 and 6. Erosion, flash flood, cloud burst, everything is there. There we are going and cutting without any analysis, without any thinking of what will happen to those cut slopes or those excavations. Maybe somebody can see that, okay, I can develop a very good building over it, or very good tower over it. And that's happening. We don't know that that's happening. Now, geosynthetics. So those are polymers. I think geosynthetics last 35 years it is in India and almost 45 years in the global scene. So if somebody doesn't have that much familiarity with the geosynthetics, we say that think about polymers or plastics. Those are polymeric materials with all the advantages and disadvantages of the plastic. What is the disadvantage? Disadvantage is, it is non-biodegradable and they are the waste which is getting generated in every year millions of times. Unless we are not able to convert it for something creatively or again recycling it, the plastic will swallow all of us. Okay? So that is the big point. But when it is coming to the construction industry, the plastic is having some very strong points. One of the strong points, especially for this geosynthetic family. So geosynthetic, let me define that before going to the plastics narration. The synthetic materials which are used in the soil or rock. Any type of material which is coming from the soil that can be called as geosynthetic materials. In the geosynthetic materials, it's a big family. Lot of navies, visas, every day, some new geosynthetic baby is getting born in somewhere in the world because it's really the potential is increasing. So many manufacturing companies they are making new brands. But when it's coming to the hill slot, that's our point of discussion. I don't want to talk about this 80, 90 types of geosynthetics. What will help us in we can think about it for hill excavation. The first and foremost among the geosynthetics, it's geogrid. Geogrid is something which is having tensile strength. Okay, so wherever we are using steel for increasing the tensile strength, there we can use geogrids. Okay, geogrid itself oven grids, knitted grids, bonded grids, extruded grids. So if you are going to the internet and start typing, you may get mad. So again, I just want to say that at the moment, we can forget about some of these families because we are not having that much strength. So there are some hills because of so many different type of load combinations. If we are using geogrid, better to go for the higher strength geogrids. And more than the strength, the most important part is the stiffness. We should have the geometry which can absorb the strains, the deformations, because in the hills, especially in our Himalayan or Konkan region, lot of movements are. So the geogrid is having good strength, but if it cannot absorb this type of strain variations, it will not work. It will not be able to sustain. Okay. So geogrid is the first material which is getting used in Indian stocks. So I want to introduce that. Second is the geotextile, which is not having so much use, but it can be one of the components for drainage and erosion control. So we will see that. The third is drainage composite. Okay. So in the hills, now also I heard that one of the most important part is for the hill stabilization is channelization of water. Okay. So for the channelization of water, there are different types of drainage arrangements are there. Pipes are there, drainage drains are there. And this drainage is given even in the hills. In some of the part of mountain ranges, you won't get good drainage, which can be used as a drainage medium. So in those cases, drainage composite can be an alternate. Okay. But with the some of drainage composite replacing the gravel drain is having number of challenges, and it has to be designed and carefully it has to be adopted. So we will go very one quickly. What you can see here is just the different types of geosynthetic families, one representative. As I told you that lot of different types of products are there. Polymer, if one carbon element or one hydrogen element, if just a small change is made, everything can be changed. A new product is coming. Okay. But then it depends on how a manufacturer is really evaluating its properties and how he can launch for the different applications. Then comes the role of the institutions like Bureau of Indian Standards, which has to standardize so that the users will not get confused. The users clear understanding that what performance tests have to be defined and how those can be done and which type of labs can perform those tests. Types, different types are there, knitted, woven, extruded, all different types of geogrid. It's a high strength, high stiff geogrid. Okay. One among the good geogrid which can be used in hilly terrains as reinforcement, horizontal reinforcement or vertical. Geotextile, which can be used for separation between a contaminated soil is there or a contaminated strata is there from a good soil. You can use the geotextile. Geotextile is simply like glue, but it can be used for filtration, separation, up to an extent for the erosion and runoffs. 3D geomats. 3D geomats are for erosion and runoff. India is blessed with bioengineering materials, coir and jute. Okay. So definitely this plastic material cannot compete with the durability of the coir and jute, or the coir and jute, even when it is getting degrading, it will become manure to the vegetation. Okay. Its moisture retention is very good, but whereas the geosynthetic mat will not be having that much moisture retention at all. But the advantage of the geosynthetic mat is its durability. When jute may not stay for more than 1 to 3 years is the maximum when stabilized with jute. For maybe up to 5 years. But if a more durability has to be there, geosynthetic mat can be a solution. But at the same time, another advantage is when for a steep slope, when the mat is used as just as a medium for vegetation growth, for installation time, we may require higher tensile strength. So, what very difficult to increase the tensile strength. Whereas for geosynthetic match, there are methods to increase the tensile strength. So for a skip slop, when we are going for erosion control match, we can go for the geosynthetic match. But provided the geotechnical and geological stability of the slop need to be first, it need to be verified. After that only, this will work. Okay? Because these are sufficient protection measures. Now, drainage geocomposite, as I told you that in the case, this drainage geocomposite is having very huge. Okay, I'm a part of a manufacturing company, so let me use my terminology, a little technical. We have a very huge market, but I would say we will suggest very reluctantly because the pressures in the hills is quite high. So the drainage composite is having some upper limit, but at the same time, wherever low and moderate pressure is only there the gradal drains can be very effectively can be replaced by drainage composite. What is the drainage composite? Combination of drainage core which is sandwiched between two geotextiles. So the drainage core will give the capacity of for drainage and the two geotextiles above and below that will act as the filter. And drainage composite can be used vertically or horizontally, maybe behind the retaining wall, or maybe for a horizontal drainage in a pavement. It is having very good use, especially space is not there, material is not there for the drainage. So now let us start with the slop stability. Some examples from here and there, how these are being used. So in slop stability, already Anurag sir has mentioned about reinforced soil walls and straws. In fact, CD56 is having a set of retaining walls that we are developing the railways. And one of the railway which we are developing for the last, I think 3 or 4 years, it is for the use of reinforced soil walls and slopes for the area development. So reinforced soil systems, then native slope and erosion control. So all these systems are flexible systems. The flexibility means it can accommodate more horizontal movements as well as the vertical settlements compared to masonry or RCC. So this is the cross section of your reinforced structure, which is provided in the NH22, National Highway 22, which is connecting the port to Manchester. So I would say that if I was a half day, I would have started with a simple reinforced soil, but I am just jumping one of these, I think, complex reinforced soil structure which is placed in the country. National Highway. So definitely, traffic law, we have to take 24 kV. At the same time, there is a thing. So after the highway, there is a thing here. Partition, the subsurface as well as the surface, that also will be giving the pressure to here. The height of the structure is almost 32 meter high. Am I audible to backdraw? So then we can continue till the image is there. So the height is almost 32 meter. That's why in between you can see some small bends. So it's seen as small, but it is almost 3 meter. Okay. And the total height is 32 meter. And 30 meter, initially the IFFs, who were the contractors and concessionaires, they planned to go for a RCC wall. But when they were designing the foundation for the RCC wall, the foundation itself was becoming costlier than the superstructure. Okay. So that's why they thought about going for a reinforced soil structure. This is how we ended up with the significance because that time NHA was having a given a circular. The reinforced soil structure can be constructed only up to 6 meters. Okay. But then ILFS was having such a big influence and financial muscle at that time. They have told that no, we will take the responsibility and we will give the guarantee. Please allow for going for the reinforced soil structure. So that in that 6 meter upper limit actually abandoned because of this structure. Okay. Then a lot of structure has come more than 30 meter, 40 meter, 50 meter and all with the reinforced soil structure. So now where the geosynthetics is coming? Geosynthetics is coming in a number of places. People say it's right time. These are all geobase. I strengthened spotted geobase, which I have shown the photos. Grade or strength will be different because the upper portion is 200 kilonewton per meter. Going down, the strength will be getting increased. Here, normally the code is specifying up to 800 mm. Meters has gone little higher. They have gone for almost 1.6 meters. The main reinforcement. That is there in between. Secondary reinforcement is in fact it is not your geosynthetics. It's in fact a steel mesh which is coated with the galvanization and PVC. There is some polymer in it. The steel mesh. The same secondary reinforcement within I think as the previous there is a rubber system. Maybe remembering Ambulance's slide, where we have shown the geotextile is getting, it is acting as the rubber system also, rubber textures. The you are going to draw secondary reinforcement, and secondary reinforcement is within the finishing. Now you can see there is a even the soil and the biofilm. These are gravel. Top almost 15 meter is a drainage geocomposite. Okay. As I told you that this is an area where cloudburst and flashlights are there. So when it was designed at that time, whatever the manufactured drainage geocomposite was having some limitation. So it was not provided up to this 32 meter. Is provided only the top 8 or 10 meter. Okay. Now, the front fascia, if the steel mesh is going and wrapping around. But if you are just providing a steel mesh, whether the soil will stay there, such as steel structure, it will come out, especially monsoon time, right? So, within the steel mesh, there is a lining which is of wire mount. Okay. The bottom portion is not just a steel mesh. The bottom portion almost 10 meter. It is gradient fashion. Already sir has shown you the gradients. Gradients are not geosynthetics. It is steel wire mesh filled with the stones. Behind there is a geotextile because maybe will be having very big voids. Through the voids, the soil may go out. Behind the gradient there is a geotextile. So now components are there. There are more geosynthetics in that because the drainage pipes are there. You can see. First of all, the drainage pipes are there. So chimney drain is transferring the water. And then this is a perforated pipe that is being lined by geotextile. So you can see that the number of components of geosynthetics are being used The main component is not, okay, geogrid is one of the main component, but the next main component is soil. If the soil is not proper, then all these will not be. Okay, so it's very, very important. Whatever geosynthetics are adding, finally the soil has to be frictional, and more importantly, it has to be compacted. If the soil reinforcement system, it will work only if the soil is having a good friction and it can develop a good interface friction with the geosynthetics and the drainage is good. If it is getting saturated, definitely that can cause a disaster. So the components I have already talked about are the geosynthetic, because the main component in the same illustration. The bottom portion is just an illustration. The same root between bottom element is extended as in secondary portion. It does not have to be always minimum nutrition. It can have the concrete panel or concrete blocks also the patient. But in mountainous terrains, if you are going and constructing the concrete panel, there will be a lot of problem for the logistics. And another aspect is the serviceability issue. Because if a given fascia or a inferior fascia can take movements up to some 300 mm as per the different guidelines, the concrete panel can take say 40 mm to 100 mm. In a hill, we cannot really ensure that only 40 mm or 4 centimeter movements can be much more than that. So, among the different fascias, maximum popular are living fascia and vegetated fascia. Vegetated fascia, of course, there should be a steel measurement has to be there, can be woven measurement or welded measurement. So we already talked about this. Maximum they are giving gravity for it, we will design it as maybe a brings 6 times the height of discharge. And then we can reduce the when a reinforced structure, the empirical relationship is for a height of 10 meter. 0.7 times the height has to be provided as the base width or the length of the reinforcement. So for a like the height of 10 meter, minimum it should be 7 meter. Okay. But if it's near to an abutment around, the length of the reinforcement or the width of the reinforceable block will be increased. Now, if you are using gaping as the fascia, what should be the boulder size? The boulder size should be 1.5 times to 2.5 times the mesh size. Given will be having the steel wire mesh, right? So 1.5 times to 2.5 times the mesh size should be the stone size. Okay. And I talked about the drainage composite. So this is the drainage composite. It's a 3-inch composite produced by thermoforming, a draining for the filtering rooms sometimes only to be non-woven substance. But it doesn't always require to be thermoforming. You can have other methods also. Talking about this particular project, the code is permitting even BAS, PhD 30, they are bringing out what the specification for this type of products. So this is a project in Uttarakhand. Anybody can recognize it is written there. So many of you must have heard in it also. Okay. So there are two structures are there. Can you again identify? So one is This is a infosol retaining structure. Okay, we are seeing the gaming ratio only, but it is in fact a infosol structure where geogrids are going deep inside the soil. Strength is divided not by the gradient, but by the strength of the geogrid. And it is the same geogrid I have shown. The steep, strong geogrid. One more major structure is there. Can you see this? It's a double-faced alien environment. And its purpose is acting as a rockfall mitigation environment. Because from this side, rockfall as well as debris flow. The debris flow can happen, and this was the function which was initially thought of. Okay. But a lot of changes have happened after some day because it was found that this law, it cannot be just allowed to take its own freedom. That also needs to be said. That was the latest update I know. Some of you may be doing better. But anyway, sir, embargoed exam, we can do a 2 day seminar. Okay. That much is there. So I just want to go and talk about the other issues. We can come back to that. Now, I just want to say that you can see that in the Indian hills, especially in Himalayas, a lot of rainfall structures are getting constructed. The last 10 years, numerous number is being constructed and very high, very tall structures. The respect of all problems, whatever it is noted. So why it became so popular? In fact, the maximum rainbow solar system is happening in India, along the wall crop. Maximum problems are also happening in India. Okay, so the major, I had a discussion with one of the contractors, and they told me that one of the major aspects is cost aspect for the contractor. They are able to save 40% to 70%, provided the frictional materials are available. Local soil is good, then they are having a big economy easily. So that's why it's every year the use is increasing. Initially, 20 years before, when I going to Laboratory, there people were celebrating for 100 square meter fascia rainbow soil. And even 1 lakh, nobody will celebrate. Because every day they are hearing them. And not only Laboratory, so many others also. Okay? 20 companies are working all on this. So, what I'm mentioning here, because you are a civil engineer and you are working in roads and railways and hills, rainbow soil structures also is important. Okay, so because those type of alternate technologies are coming in. Now, again, I am going back to the CRSS, whatever I was showing. I am calling it as composite rainfall soil system. Okay, because you have heard from me, there is a main reinforcement and there is a secondary reinforcement. So this type of two types of reinforcements are combined, which is called composite rainfall soil system. Okay. Again, I explained that two types of fascias are also used. There is lower portion is a given fascia, upper portion is a vegetated fascia, right? So our codes and guidelines, this type of CRSS is not, the design is not completely covered. Okay, the analysis is not completely covered. And this is, it is not just a composite rainfall soil system. It is a composite rainfall soil system with multiple blocks. Isn't it? There is a block, then there is a bin, again there is a block. So this is in fact a MCRSS, this composite rainbow soil system with multiple blocks. So this is not covered in the BIS at present. So I have the submission to CED 56. In this, but most of the structures that are getting constructed, those are like this. Whether we like it or not like it, with the single blocks, the design theory, all are constructing the multiple. Okay, so it may be required for the CD 56 instead of just depending on the soil structure or whatever is made by the DHD, we may have to think about what type of structures are being constructed in hill areas and whether all the forces in hills are taken care by the present design. So there is a scope for the BIS to modify the present even is released the reason. And this is keeping, because if I was having 45 minutes, I would have taken all this. So, Uttarakhand, one of the case study I just wanted to touch. So, this is during 2013 floods. A number of stretches got disturbed. One of the stretch is Kerala. Again, you all might be having some awareness. So, this Kerala stretch, what has happened? There was a given model there. But during the Uttarakhand flood, the Alagananda river, it has eroded the completely the top portion, and this giving wall started hanging. Okay, so the department decided that this has to be reconstructed. And when the investigation started, you can see that giving wall's condition. Okay. As it is gaining, it's standing still. Okay, it was a rigid something masonry or something it would have gone. Giving actually it is accommodating a lot of movements, and that's why it is standing. But at the same time, its retaining function stop. It is just staying there as a erosion or mission. Okay. So, but then the investigation has revealed that there were two culverts at both sides, and those got damaged, and the drainage is not happening. That is why in this giving wall, it was not able to take all the water shades and it started filling. Okay. So for the reconstruction tank, the first and foremost is they enter the drainage, the whatever the here mentioned, like starting from the hillside, the catch water drains, intercepting drains, and the two culverts, everything has to be designed. Then definitely, and the one side, there the reinforced structure also had to be constructed because they had to widen the structure, and then the inside some excavation has come, and the valley side, when the widening is happening, the hill cut, the cut slab after the excavation, it was exerting more pressure, and that was also getting transferred to the valley side. So this is the structure finally constructed. So the filter was here. Then here a grading board, which is coming over a floor board, and then that have a range floor, and then the road is coming. The body side is the reinforced structure, which has to take all the pressures which is coming from the inside. Okay, this is the geological process. It's not within inside the bottom. The slope is in fact contained, and we are trying to stabilize this portion. It is not correctly use the word stabilization. So we are trying to mitigate the damage whatever it is happening here. So I cannot take all the time for detailing the complete design. Solution is finally now working with. So this is the hillside, and the hillside. In the hillside, the illusional measures are adopted, debris flows were there. So debris flow barriers, a series of debris flow barriers and small check dams were provided. Because whatever from the hillside, finally the hillside will be a place which is not getting stabilized. And then the valley side, whatever that also will be getting affected. So it was so important that the hillside, the protection is ensuring that from the valley side structural point of view also, the hillside has to be stabilized first. And when it is coming to the hillside, this is the structure, which is a rainbow soil structure, where geogrid is going inside, and half portion is with the vegetation and half portion is with the vegetation. Vegetation is it's a steel wire mesh fascia, which is lined with the coil mesh. Then a gradient structure is there below that, and at the bottom portion, there is a river drainage structure is there. To that. If the entire bronze is not being taken, then this will not work. Starting from the river motion, the hydraulic aspects has to be studied, and the design need to be done. So the complete system has to be worked together. And then the first and foremost is that. Yeah, sir, in the bed, there is a apron and there is a given mode. It is a lot of debris are already there. So you cannot go for any ship piling or anything. So only you have to give a confinement to the debris by giving a given mode and then a apron. Above the debris, there is a mattress. Mattress was. Of course, this is not just a solution is shown. The design has to be done. And the mitigating analysis was following the bishop's analysis and all everything was explained here. So the macros it is in static condition as well as seismic condition. So 1.35, the static condition 1.4 is living. We didn't want to study 1.4 in fact. So you get 1.3 itself was very difficult. Okay. So 1.325, the static, the most critical condition. And seismic condition almost 1.9. That was finally the software. In fact, a final error analysis also was done because the serviceability characteristics to analyze that the displacement analysis had to be done and EFM analysis, but I think that is much beyond the scope of this session. And finally, because as I told that the portfolio made of steel, you know, concrete, you was very period of time. But when it comes to that the polymers, they are in question. And the client feels again big question mark is there. So even if these are in reference, even if these are in textbooks, that it will be important for these type of structures. So luckily for this structure, some budget was allowed for instrumentation. Okay. Not very extensively, not like a research project. Please don't compare like a scholar mentality. But some instrumentation was done, which just find it as that some straight gauges were placed in different geogrids at different locations. Pressure cells, it was placed in a critical location, very near to the bottommost geogrid. Then piezometers to check the water shades. Okay, and this was during the construction and after the construction. The construction completed in 2018, but up to 2023, the monitoring was happening. Just in the COVID time, there was a lot of logistic issues were there. That's when it has stopped. Otherwise, the whole data was getting submitted to the Uttarakhand PW. The same pages. And the current situation, okay. Current situation, recently, I happened to be in that road and I was able to take some photographs. Okay. So, vegetation is grown and the margin is low. It is, I can tell that I will never tell the Himalayan slope stabilized. Yeah, it is stabilizing, it is getting stabilized. So I'm stopping here because definitely some questions will be there. There are a number of slides which I can show. Any question is there about the rainfall soil, the use of geogrid, the use of drainage geocomposite and geotextile? It is not there. Mr. Praveen, how much time can be given? So, see, always we don't have to go for this much risk factors in slopes. Sometimes timely adoption of simple measures. There also usability can play a part. Okay. As I told that simple choir mat or jute mat, India is blessed because we are the biggest, the choir exporter in the world. Okay. Even nobody can compete with us. Sri Lankan choir is having some old fiber is better, but they are very disorganized. So the Indian choir is having a very big appeal in the global scene. And definitely, if the slope is geotechnically stable, go for the erosion control, go for the simple vegetation or with choir mat or jute mat. Okay, but when the slope is steeper, then we may have to go for geosynthetic mat and reinforced with geosynthetic mat. The BIS is not giving that type of a table, but MRH hydrochemistry is giving a table which is talking about for different type of slopes, 45 degrees, 65 degrees, 70 degrees. If it is geotechnically and geologically stable, what type of mat can be used and what is the reference requirement? It's a simple table. So to begin with, one can use it, and then we can go for deep analysis and design. Okay. So now it's a lot of the slopes which requires this 3D geosynthetic mat, and even the 3D geosynthetic mat or bioengineering mats that may not, in some soil, it will not get vegetable. So the one problem is that when in hills, many times unexpected type of soil elements may act as villain. Okay. In the Himachal soil, the stretch whatever I have shown, in some of the stretches, the surrounding places, the vegetation was coming, but it's not coming. Okay. So by testing, it is found that the pH is not favoring. So agronomic tests are sometimes it's a must, and it's better. It's not very expensive test, but somewhere we are reluctant to do any type of test. And if we can do that, the correct type of local vegetation, which is healthy, that can be with the use of this type of geosynthetics, we will get a very good erosion control, stabilized slope. Now nailing also being said, right? So these are some of the nailed structures. The first one, this is a combination of this escalated slope for making an internal rod in a real estate. It is in Chennai, the Sriram properties. They can there the type of case which was being told, the house construction just above the slope, and the cut slopes are just below it, and then without proper design of drainage and foundation construction, all the cases whatever it was discussed, that has happened in Sriram properties. Okay, but in Chennai it was little less. There, Vaishak, the exact problem also has happened. Here, Mr. Chennai, we developed this scheme. There are in half of the portion, in fact, the geosynthetics is going, and then the avian is the fascia. But in half of this section, you cannot excavate it completely. You can excavate only very partly. So in those places, you cannot get the geosynthetics. You have to name it, and then it's giving picture of startup. This is another case. In fact, I would say that the contractor, the was so bold, it went 90 degree. And then they wanted vegetation to develop. So it was 3 times microsetting has been done. Fourth time, as it was in Kerala, it's a place where a lot of rain will be getting. It has come. But I will say that if we are cutting a slope without any batter, it's very difficult to make a vegetated slope. So at least 8 slope has to be there, even if it is in Cherrapunji or in Kerala. Okay. So this is another rock slope, which is a complete robust strata. There, the excavation was very difficult, but that excavation caused a lot of rock erosion. And this, whatever it is, what you are seeing, it's not pure geosynthetic marine vegetation. The steel mesh, which we call it as a rock wall drainage system with the coir mat and then, sorry, geosynthetic mat and vegetation. And this is not where hydromulching is done. This is a project in Bangalore. It's a Bangalore city, Tata Bangalore. And here, just near to this slope, there's a big tower. Okay. So it's a 20-story tower is constructed just adjacent to this nailed slope with a given fascia. And it was with all design as per the guidelines and all. But at the same time, some small bulging has happened in this area. Even if you can see that 2 layers of rivets are provided, so small bulging has happened. And it was really a worry because what's the problem with the guideline is with all due respect to DAS, it's all going with the strength criteria. Okay, serviceability criteria is not defined. If something is bulging, we don't know how much bulging can be permitted. Okay, this type of flexible material, we tell them, okay, it will bulge. But how much we can permit depends on a lot of factors, including the material's strength also. But at the time of the problem got rectified, it got stiffened and it is working very nicely. But that type of an issue was there. And this structure is even they recognize is one of the very prestigious projects which is connecting Mumbai and Pune Expressway. So there number of excavation, rock excavation that was done in 1999 to 2022. But in 2015, 5 people got killed on this spot in the monsoon because of rock. Okay. So it was again unplanned rock excavation without proper geological study or without proper assessment that what is going to happen for that stone. But once the 5 people, it became a very politically hot situation. And within 2 months or 3 months, the tender floated and a 40 crore was spent for just for 100 meter for protection. Which would have saved with a few lakhs the proper prevention measures at the time of the excavation. So the last part, this is the Tamil Nadu Kerala border for national highway, and this is a 30-meter high slope. The bottom portion is a medium slope, and the upper portion is a steep slope with the erosion control measures. The drainage importance is being told, and all these systems are mentioned here, so I am not duplicating it. Just I want to show that the Taylor kind of shown, right? Taylor solution, right? But there, compared to all this AD analysis, FE analysis and all, the most important part was the drainage design. Okay. So this is the last slide I want to speak. I don't want to speak about the rest of the thing. So according to me, whether we are using any material, conventional material or geosynthetic material, whatever be that, for a slide area, and if you are going for an excavation especially, the first thing has to be done is go for a complete holistic drainage analysis and drainage design. Again, I may have to take rooms and say another half an hour, which Mr. Praveen will not allow. Otherwise, you can see a lot of drainage element in the layout. You will be seeing all the spots are getting covered with any water molecule which is coming, that will go and it will correctly channelized. Okay, so that is why that airline stretch what I have shown, and similar 7 or 8 stretches that has come in the budget of the PWD, limited budget, only because of the drainage measures adopted were correct. If that was not being done, many places they had to do reading was equivalent to dam design. But the success, it is working for the last 8 or 9 years. I am counting as a designer because a proper drainage plan, it was being done. So I will recommend that whether this is geosynthetics or any material, if you are doing the right type of the drainage and wherever possible the right type of pollution control measures, then with that you can go for the geosynthetic materials as an alternative to the conventional concrete structures. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If we have any questions, we can take one or two. Okay, so we can move ahead with. I would like to call upon Dr. Rathinam sir for taking a memento to ma'am.
Camera please.
As per the schedule, it's a tea time, but we would like to. I go take a no tea, but next session and then we move on. So for this section 7, then I would like to call upon Dr. DC Sir from CBI Rohini, who will be talking about landslides, early warning systems, development and dispute for disaster preparedness, and geocement surveillance and Maynard risk to.
एक भी कितने भी आ रहे हैं
I think. Really. First one, I think the topic I have given, I am seeing it is there. Given for me, we have decided the topic. I have to start because he is my guru. I am engineering because it's not having many years experience because of teaching. But I not I put it forward. I am giving grateful to my guru. Well,
feeding to anyone in the system. And put to this for the 90 this is my message. Not just the sake of an expert. The experience, whatever is happening in your own state, you should knowledge that it is. Let us be that is not would be postmortem of only postmortem of disaster. Whenever I'm being who exists for a we live our both on a slope protect so I guess and we should wait, watch and go. We should not jump. We should not hold on. Now it is the goal. Much more to our basic fundamental from the sign drawing. We should fall investigation, interpretation, analysis, and then we have not started with not skip any money. 2 months why? I am compromised by why? Here, 2 months, but we could have passed. But see the statistics of it. That's why we are ready. That's the reason behind it. And you will see that's why we are so we can have a system of water and pollution. For our but I'm the system, yeah, where can exploit? I'm not doing not temporarily predicted. We cannot have a equality system. What we are following in our system is only that if I in the path our style, our direction, that's the system is not a point of the won't be mistaken with a point. Okay. So that's right. We are going to check and we saw structure where I transferred my house, whether it is the shape of and last time we talked about the last time. Trying to talk is happening. More speed like more speed like time without going for idea, without the geometry of stroke. It's just time. That's what I mean. Only two aspects matter. The most aspects, most most of ideas across the layers. The land of design. Yeah. Just depend on how many roads there's already obstacles for. Lesson the number of that we say continuous status. But reaching the perpendicular power work
Whatever development or innovation we are doing, we are the nature's power. This will be studying is not fail, but that means we improve some study. That or technological aspect. Or there is greater. Not our solutions will not work because we are not designed to what nature has given us. That's the difference. That's the way with engineers and technologists. So coming it's like scale of the scale of that's why they require the students to what is the performance ranging from those with either what is the what is the ultimate goal is to select most sensitive measurement parameters that will change significant sales of the lifestyle. So, the next or most significant change can through this based on parameter. Regardless of the shape of cycle, which provides the exact point what is good. For guru, space the guru. If it is the technique, you are live. Absolute lateral vertical movements within the sliding bar, we are doing a big line. Talk about wireless sensing network, talk about gain. The main of slide is so that can one what I'm saying yes, so many testing the efficacy of the efficacy of this design, efficacy of this play. So we have those which we have already installed and also remove the alarm on a modern system.
पर मैं तो आज ही तो तो खास करके मतलब देर में जाता
The very old ways are starts with or laser scanning, all are not real time. It's easier in but we are talking about nowadays, see us get to your
That's the reason.
real time monitoring.
That's
In the plane, the control down. This measurement tables should have more locations. Then it's go the wait, that's why each time was something. But when
उसी तो धंधी लगी बोला तुमको मेरी ज्यादा शूट करना अबे नहीं
what is the exact audience sales that you know, all level effects and knowledge on others of the particular lifestyle. Well,
the record that rainfall in last 20 hours, 9 p.m. rainfall last 20 hours in the Dhara rainfall is the mobilize the shop loading from the Ukraine national side.
मुझे पता है हो चुका है इसलिए तो तेरे हाथ में फोन नहीं देता हूँ आपको नहीं मैं ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि मैं भी ये करता हूँ
So they like people say that's like monitored. It's only strategy to be only ruling or crucial landslide. Lifeline of like Sikkim in front of the rest of India.
तो
Like that strategic sector. Few important slides. So one is the major consequence, I call it now one. A major until it happened. It's just now one. It has to be not two. If we are talking about everyone we measure certain parameters as of time, as of date. We have to correlate those information with external world which is predict. That's why I told the our scenario only rainfall. We are getting prediction of rainfall from IMD. So we are talking about landslide prediction or every warning. What we measure on the ground, we have to translate in terms of rainfall. And this measurement we have a threshold that with this sort of rainfall, my light or flow is part of with this rainfall, we have this sort of so displacement or pressure you translate rain from the threshold. Beyond this, we have to restrict the movement. Beyond that, have the environment. So, in correlate to the forecasting, we have developed what is below that, is safe for traffic normal approach towards the give a yellow signal that the lateral pressure or displacement is getting near the threshold. We have wet and watch and just it is going across the prediction is the threshold. It will be a very there is going to be a like IMD gives a one day they will go and they will go. So we can also give one minimum of 24 hours with maximum limit of 120 hours. So that way, that would have one. From the market, different roads, kilometers, then mobile spectrometers, and I'm going to data and understand their system, and then they have developed our individual cost, and this is required real time monitoring system, in collaboration and yeah, but they have implemented it in Nagaland, Bangladesh, and Nagaland, now we are discussing fertilized DNA, agriculture, we are also in that.
Survey one say 100 lakh say they see number of sensors and the version of material different sensor later. This is the law profile of the select the where what I do that cycle is part of the system. You meet the system, I will be the system of this. This is the installation. Going to the region, you can see this thing. And if we are having the sensor, but the lower end of this is difficult. Otherwise, the water will not come and it will see. We are not doing the sensor. Only generally nowadays we put not in 1 4 meters where we can get the last basic box and without box from there water level can rise. This is part of game sensor and we keep this by so that the water gets seeping in the sensor and actually really you see sensor I learned millimeters like US column so that the sensor will be bigger and sands and then simply the you don't go for the normally because it's a simpler dance style and that one to make like pushing up things operating what sort of improvement that is a very ideal way for monitoring instrument. Where the people are already looking at the road, both the sensor which in the and through GSM network sending to cloud server, considering any way we cut the data. The software is developed, we analyze this, the warning message every way. It's very interesting. If we see the then volumes measurement and we see line information from chloride this is at 4.7 meter gold 5.4 it's clear the pattern of rainfall and my very much gold here that some sensor response is so measure next and see how it is played. Slide is the basic from this slide and pinpoint where it will come. And I will show you. So now develop digital side. We have different guru and 1, 2, 3. Inside the guru, we have one sensor of 1 meter. We have the last I have placed in rock contact with program I interface of this rock and with the I will have one every other and space there. The soil of 1 meter 5 column I think. What is the Go out of the place, graduate of level, so I'm measuring based on which I am training, rainfall in credit table, measuring soil moisture, measuring pore water pressure, and measuring placement. So the whole process is measured. Then translate the displacement in rainfall on for all soil monitoring. Because you have to have a relation between all these major parameters, the external wall, external full static level. It's not that. So here, these four comment information from all the sensor on real time point. And they communicate other roads compare to the running road is delayed or away from the you just say what we in the board now. And if we have a software, we can analyze product only compare to the rainfall forecasting of IM any issues warning, whether it is in level or zero level or here we both go by daily. We go by anticipated. Here we have technique artificial intelligence, machine learning techniques. Analyze this for 3 days, for 10 days, and rainfall 15 days up to 1 month. Calculates the rainfall and correlates. So the best correlation is last 15 days rainfall. So the rainfall these kinds of whether it's which basically not unprecedented rainfall because landslide is never occurred with the rainfall. Marginal stable condition that is part of rainfall bigger. Rainfall over the year is responsible to create the landslide. So we the past unprecedented rainfall. Prior to rainfall including concept. That is what unprecedented. So this is record going into the details also with the energy efficient. It's total solar power. And you have designed 5,000 ampere power bank so that 3.1 load of sunlight in the means still the sensing network will work. Because it will provide the power bank will supply the energy. And if the system network fails, coding takes smart with daily if there is place they don't sensor will activate otherwise we have already 6 months we have to change the battery we have to change the system so make it more sustainable more cost effective we have architecture in the cloud in the architecture in the coordinator code now compromising the acceleration we have low density and so coordinator also can generate messages also can generate an alarm also can lead the deadline stop like that it can work we go proper it identifies with surface of different scale, whether it is low weather, in our functions, which like this start for all the like here, I don't know, how many here is identified by potential layers. It may not
But this set of things and that in a overall we can answer accelerometer, gravity, so this sensor can be optimized, that sensor available, and how they develop the lab from sensor already. How it is better than that, and how it can be that you have extra sensor to person. We are now working many places, many organizations like you, coding standing up, so that popularize and we can maximize the improvement. That very important. And we are using one new direction or in direction came. So, if parliament everything, it's all been then it's in the roads and we can do all the stuff for the unit and it's something hard for that the install is and then we are installing with the funding from Memorial System. All the from here important aspect from our security guard and do that step. It's the offer. This is there is no display. Here we see different API in place of parameter system of isolation and submit so when we are measuring we started in and what the signal by again it's because we some measure at least only based on one output we have regular level of then cross checking with the IMU forecasting. Which forecast months from whether our alarm is quality alarm or then again we are give the alarms because issue is very sensitive. When committed to the pump, control landslide or control landslide that never happened. You want something. No landslide, but landslide happened. That will be and we will not so false alarm. I told abundance in Himalayan area of people are reported from that slide it's complex. So we have there will a particular threshold is not easy like no entire one single railroad or boom will not work. Even threshold we are generating, we are putting over time that's like one point and we are receiving one run for just one. You think an upside with copper that will outside zero threshold very close what slide
So for that failure mechanism means I know that's why that I for that would be if you can understand the seriousness of the book, how they mind, it will take 6 or if you were to develop, still you have that confidence system, the measurement system is enough from to that gain the confidence. Like we have to face the problem. That's why we have here in our we are just sharing the information with the government and with the stakeholders. When the administration is the confidence, they take that's the process that go on. And in that, and then there is the assembly landside going on, you assembly camp that's where you have start. And we have to decide. Then we have to make the road and below the road. And after that, it is responded by economic story. Then our design and then it's system. We keep the road forms and deploy it. We have said then we have been monitor what is happening in that and that's sort of technology. Now we have provided like again on a landscape. All state by last but how how it's are getting what is the about that so that again you have to go for it or non-Christian you have to have forward driving the system over there to go PC one day so this I was actually there in the behind in the backdrop prepared of the for home ministry everything and then that a components based on monitor later backdrop management system that is not immediately mark to monitor that. Not that, but spacing of one, keeping the framework now, or 15 states now, nothing's happening.
Question? अभी आपने धराली का जिक्र करते हुए बताया था कि बढ़िया इंस्टीट्यूट का कोई वहाँ रेन केस लगा था इसमें 90 mm का रेन फॉल तो ये ठीक है तो ये जो रेन केस है इसकी एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन की कहाँ पर किस लोकेशन पे वैसे कुछ हुआ हो रहा है
Exactly.
मैं तिलोड़ी में हूँ इस समय सुबह में हूँ गंगाल का एनएच मेरे पास है तो कई सारी स्लाइड्स या चीजें हैं वो मैं गलती से देखता हूँ मूवमेंट भी हो ही रहा है आज की तारीख में लगभग लेनी शुरू हुई तब से कुछ भी ज्यादा हुई पहले जितना भी 400 से ज्यादा आइडेंटिफाइड है अभी जो सिटी 412 के आसपास इसमें से लगभग 6 सेंक्शन हो गई है, उसमें से 110 के आसपास गलती हो गई है, बाकी का काम चल रहा है, ये भी दिया हुआ है। इसीलिए आप करीबन 100 मीटर विद्या को चल रहा है, इसमें दिख रहा है। लेकिन एक बढ़िया बात ये है कि दृष्टि में क्या पहले था कि रोड काट दिया, फिर जब लैंडस्लाइड आता था और फिर के बारे में सोचते हैं। अभी मिनिस्ट्री ने पॉलिसी अपनी बदल दी है, अब इंडिया स्टेज में भी जहाँ जहाँ अवेलेबल चीजें हैं उसको हम इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हैं। कंस्ट्रक्शन का फ्लो भी बढ़ा के इंसान हो गया, पहले रोड कटिंग के बाद एकदम होगा। इस को भी लेके गया था, जो जो दूसरी आप जाए तो रास्ते में इसका होता है जहाँ पे वो सबसे ऊंचा लंका के अंदर उसके आगे जाके आनंद का बॉर्डर ग्लेशियर पड़ गया। तो मेरा जो इंप्रेशन था राबी वाले की वीडियो में मैंने देखी, तो संभवतः ये ग्लेशियर पड़ते समय और आप बड़ी प्रकार की बात बोल रहे हैं, तो जो ग्लेशियर है सर ये बताऊंगा बस ग्लेशियर का जहाँ पे लोकेशन उसकी है वो 4,500 मीटर की हाइट पे है। तो गूगल पे तो 4,500 मीटर की हाइट कितनी रेनफॉल नहीं होती है कितनी इसमें आ रहा है। अब इसीलिए मैंने पूछा कि लोकेशन भी कहाँ है। अगर उनको रेंज निर्धारित पे पास का 3,000 2,500 के तब उसको जैसे सुरेश का नाम जी
ये हल्ला होता है तब तक लैंडस्लाइड देखा ऊपर हुआ लैंडस्लाइड हो गया डिफॉर्मेशन हो गया बड़ा गया तो शासन विभाग बोले दिमाग खराब हो गया फ्लाइट उसका तो उठाओ पर आओ तो यही बताएं काम का क्या है
जी
चढ़ने से हेलीकॉप्टर बोले ऊपर से पूछ करना ऊपर क्लास वहां पे ना इतना था कोई लैंडस्लाइड नहीं था यहाँ वहां पे हम सीधे 10 कोई नेट ऑन नहीं ज्यादा आ जाएगा उसके बाद बाउंड्री के फर्श को हम पैदल करेंगे वो बांध करेंगे हमारा इसके लिखना से बाड़िया से आर्यना से ये सब कोई बाड़िया से हमारे साथ आपको यही कारण है इस बात को साढ़े 400 ऊपर और क्या आप दे रहे हैं 2,000 करते तो जो हम बोला एक्सपीरियंस स्किल
ये था कि वो एक से भी देखा और रेंजेस नाम यहाँ भी आए दूसरे क्या है और हम बोल रहे हम पैसा if you want to be Great. डिस्प्लेसमेंट मेजर करना है रेनफॉल किसी बार काम हो गया था तेरा डिस्प्लेसमेंट प्लाट है पूरा हुआ कैसे इसको क्या इराडिक हो रहा है डिस्प्लेसमेंट इसको पिछले 3 दिन में कितना रेनफॉल हुआ पिछले 7 दिन में कितना रेनफॉल हुआ था हमारे डिफरेंट लाइव डिस्प्लेसमेंट इवेंट को और प्रेशर इवेंट उसको हम इवेंट के साथ रिलेट कर उसके बाद जब पूरे मानसून में हम तब थ्रेशोल्ड ले करते हैं कि आज अगर मैं बोलता हूं 10 सेंटीमीटर से ज्यादा या वो प्रोग्राम क्रिएट करेगा डैमेज करेगा तो अगर 10 सेंटीमीटर थ्रेशोल्ड करना उसके इक्विवेलेंट रेट कितना आएगा इसलिए 10 दिन में कितना रेट होगा जो भी ट्रेंड मिला with something you get anticipated for some landslide some landslide and depending on the factor कितने थ्रेशोल्ड में पहुंचाने वो उसके बाद आईएमडी का रेनफॉल आता है मेरे पास मेजर रेनफॉल है आईएमडी बोला मेरा इतना रेनफॉल होगा रेनफॉल ग्रीन है या ऑरेंज है या रेड उनका ऑरेंज का ट्रांसलेशन कि 10 सेंटीमीटर से इतना सेंटीमीटर तक ऑरेंज में 3 सेंटीमीटर से ज्यादा होगा तो रेड में जाएगा इसके तो एक ग्रीन में जाएगा तो पूरा रेनफॉल को हम आज प्लस लगाएंगे क्या है हमको दिस डाटा भी एनालिसिस करना है वो डिसीजन मेकिंग करेगा not there it is fine but for major problem that means directly I am making soil what type of soil you get in which soil we not have a same soil moisture okay indirect मेरा देखिए सेंसर प्लेसमेंट जियोलॉजी जियोटेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ इससे लग जाती है इस कॉलम में क्या क्या किया गया है नहीं ठीक है वहां सेंसर वहां से जब आ रहा है एक तो दिस साइड पे क्रिएट है रिलेटेड ना हो सकता है राइट मैं बोला कि मैं चमन का यूनिट स्लाइड है उसने से दो स्लाइड को सिलेक्ट किया बिकॉज़ इट्स सेम है मैं थ्रेशोल्ड डेवलप कर दिया मैं पूरे चमन की स्टिक पे वाइन दे सकता हूं ये रेनफॉल थ्रेशोल्ड करेगा तो I can give every slide in something next to it. It may not be type of landslide. the basic criteria to book for it. या अगर चमोली में उत्तराखंड को कर दिया तो हो गया उस लाइन में 99% कौन सा आगे को right select the text to the single window and wonder over the you have just different window ये left side है ये left side है same dashboard में आपका कस्टमर लोकेशन लैक्स है ठीक है सीधा बोलता रहो the graphs पर left side का स्पेल पे आया बोले कंटिन्यूअस चलता रहेगा फिर वाइस आप से जा रहे हैं बाहर जा रहे हैं लाइन मूवमेंट पर यहाँ की शुरू किया है हमको फ्लाइट के नाम पर क्या I have seen Japan they monitor each of their panel them the whole panel they are centralized जहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड है वहाँ पे हैंडसेटिंग लगाते हैं वहाँ पे डिस्प्ले लगाते हैं उनका रियल टाइम मॉनिटरिंग हो रहा है वो मेजरमेंट डिस्टेंस है सेंसर थ्रेशोल्ड क्रॉस के बाद साइरन बजेगा तो सिग्नल ऑफ हो जाएगा तो भी ट्रैफिक है वही होता है एक घंटा 2 घंटा था तो वो रेड से येलो में आता है तब आप वो भी देख सकते हैं मैं 2008 से आज तक कुछ वाले ज्ञान को सिस्टम वाला पानी या तो भी या डेवलप और टाइम लगता है बट थिंग्स आर डाउन राइट जैसे सबको याद होगा पिछले 15-20 साल से हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं तो रोड्स बन रहा है रोड डेवलपमेंट रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट का एक पार्ट रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट होना चाहिए रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम शुड बी पार्ट ऑफ द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर शुड बी पार्ट ऑफ द क्या क्या रखा है तो कौन सा वो आप जाइए कि रोड से 10 मीटर इधर 10 मीटर ऊपर लैंडस्लाइड है हम नहीं आओ वो आगे आपको ध्यान होगा होना चाहिए we have so much experience with आपको असली लैब आपको लैब फाउंडेशन ट्रेनिंग में पूरा हिमालय में चलेगा वहां से जो सब्जेक्ट में पढ़ाए थे वो तुमने को क्या ज्यादा वही रहेगा पिछले 25 साल से हिमालय में पढ़ा रहा हूं जैसे इंडियन उत्तराखंड उससे बढ़िया काम हमारे पास वहां से जो क्या एक्सपीरियंस आप लेके आए हैं उसको अगर कोर्स में कन्वर्ट कर तो एक्सपर्टी पैदा करते हैं स्टूडेंट यस
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Rathinam sir to present the proposal.
कभी एक बार One is Usman plus one is but I have to go here.
मैं कितनी लंबी क्लास है नहीं तो रिजेक्शन क्या थी बस 20 मिनट और खत्म करा बंद ऐसे दिन तक क्या तुमको क्या अरे हाँ हाँ माता आज आप बताओ कितनी आप बोलो नहीं आप बोलो फिर बोलो ना माता दिनों पे गया था नहीं हुआ अभी बोलो नहीं गया क्या बताऊं चलिए अब कहाँ से आ रहे वापस आ रहे आ जाओ मैं ओके
You can see the change of Himalaya. Story of different story. While revealing the condition, all the days were damaged, all the not going into the inflow, not going in the drain, came from time. What? Population 2,000. We have this much of houses, much of household, we want we have salary, we have this and that. And again, that first of part of the follow. Body water, the bones around this. The substance of your and same land straight without like stuff. Here, we start making then the 40 and
These are the difference. Lot of
ये जा रहा है क्या? या हमारी तरफ जा रहा है क्या?
that. So what happened? The underground channels they break and join to the other channel, and that's why and they follow the material like boulder. It is so it take it on like that, and it has the opening at the JP colony base. So that's the area where all the water forces have transported all the finer particles underground channels. That's why the subsidence or the other channels happen, and that's why and they follow the material like boulder. Drones are raised, so it take it on like that, and it has the opening at the JP colony base. So that's the area where all the water forces have transported underground channels. That's why based on all the other channels. And that's why and they follow the material like drones are raised, so it take it on like that, and it has the opening at the JP colony. So that's the area where all the water forces have underground channels. That's why based on all the other channels. That's why and they follow the material like drones are raised, so it take it on like that, and it has the opening at the JP colony. That's the area where all the water forces have underground channels. That's why based on all the channels. That's why and they follow the material like drones are raised, so it take it on like that, and it has the opening at the JP colony. That's the area where all the water forces have underground channels. That's why based on all the channels. That's why and they follow the material like drones are raised, so it take it on like that, and it has the opening at the JP colony. That's the area where all the water forces have underground channels. That's why based on all the channels. That's why and they follow the material like drones are raised, so it take it on like that, and it has the opening at the JP colony. That's the area where all the water forces have This can be given last we have seen what is from the This is a natural heavy disaster material. This is the source line of this landslide down over here. Landslide down from the forest guard. This is a natural heavy disaster. People living up the hillside. This is under the laws that down over the source of polar landslide down from landslide down forest guard. This is a natural ever people living up the hillside. Cascading effect, landslide, identify and assess indicators in the various areas for identify the difficult areas how much research over that area is can mobilize this much critical how we convert renewable into other examples how much research we develop over that area can mobilize channels in the future we are trying how we convert renewable into other
Now I would like to call upon President Sir for to talk. Now I would like to call upon President Sir for to talk. Now I would like to call upon President Sir for
So, as we come to the end of today's seminar, hope you all must have enjoyed a big kind of knowledge. It will be critical for the workflow for the
Now I would like to call upon Presidents of different departments.
So from the part of so as we come to the end of today's seminar, hope you all must have enjoyed today's session. It will be a big kind of knowledge. It will be critical for the workflow for the
Now I would like to call upon Presidents of different departments.
thanks to the so from the part of this all must have for this section application between the recordings resources and chairman for the
Now I would like to call upon Presidents of different departments.
thanks to the so from the part of this all must have for this section application between the recordings resources and chairman for the
Now I would like to call upon Presidents of different departments.
thanks to the so from the part of this all must have for this section application between the recordings resources and chairman for the
Now I would like to call upon Presidents of different departments.
thanks to the so from the part of this all must have for this section application between the recordings resources and chairman for the
Now I would like to call upon Presidents of different departments.
thanks to the so from the part of this all must have for this section application between the recordings resources and chairman